And we are live. Naxx Miniset out. Ready to take a look at some of the new cards and find out just whether or not Naxx is worth buying. You have to excuse me for a second. I got a little piece of lint like right on my camera, man. I got to get rid of that or it's going to be distracting me the whole time. Which would be awful. We don't want to be distracted by a lot of silliness. I'm just going to jump straight into a game. Unholy DK. Seems like it's going to be a little bit better. Got streamer things going on here, which is always fun. Yeah, the deck should have gotten a little bit better with Construct Quarter. I think this card may actually be the best card in the mini set, the Construct Quarter here. Death Knight finally getting a location. Looks like we're going to be up against another Death Knight Enjoyer.
The Unholy.
And we're going first, so that's good. I feel like going first in the mirror is really important. We want to make sure we get on the board. So we got Body Bagger on one. Do we keep the Skeletal Sidekick, or do we look for something else? I think we actually look for something else. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to buff it on turn 2. Going first does have the drawback of having a smaller hand size here. Hawkstrider Rancher potentially coming down on turn 3, so that should be good. Hey, Johnny. Doing well today. I hope you are also. Getting ready to check out the mini set. I actually didn't have the opportunity to play all that much yesterday, so we're going to find out just how good it is. I went ahead and bought it. But it looks like a lot of the cards maybe just aren't very good in the mini set. Our opponent coins out the Plague Strike here, which looks like a pretty good play. I wonder if that means they have the second one. Johnny, did you check out the mini set yet? Did you buy it, or are you holding off? Hasn't. We go triple 1-drop here and we just get farmed, right? Like we play Hawkstrider Rancher and just hope they can't remove it, because the 3 1-drops aren't doing a whole lot. Could play like Body Bag or Hero Power to remove this with the trade here. I feel like our best bet is to just go Rancher, and then we're going to go ahead and take a bump here. I really dislike mirror matches. It's unfortunate that the first game of the day is actually an Unholy DK mirror. And we're actually losing really hard. Like, really hard. Like, we're losing so bad that this is actually just a concede on turn... pretty much on turn 3. Oof. I don't like the way the game goes from here. They still have a kept card as well. I guess we'll stay in it and play. First game of the day, we're not going to take an early concede, but we're really far behind and expecting to lose this game. Maybe it is better off to concede. But if anything, so I can get dust from duplicates as I open more packs over the next couple of months. Yeah, I can see that. It's a good strategy. Also, if some of the cards aren't good now, there's always the chance that they're going to be good after the rotation. So in April, the core set is going to rotate. Yeah, this is just bad. Let me get out of this. That's just tough, man. Unfortunate. We got steamrolled. But after the, I'm going to try some Pirate Warrior here. Pirate Warrior may actually have a little bit of new life with some of the cards that were added. I think you can complete the quest pretty consistently on turn 6 or turn 7 and get the quest reward down on turn 7. So it might actually be a little bit slow for today's Hearthstone, but we're going to find out. Yeah, after the core set rotates, some of those cards might actually be needed in whatever's going to be the best decks at the time. I guess we'll get more information about the core set in the coming... Usually releases, what, mid-April or beginning of April, so in about a month, we should be seeing... Let's see. We definitely keep the quest. We want to keep cheap pirates. But we really want to hit like these 1-drops like Mistake or Bloodsail Deckhand to be able to advance the quest more quickly. Maybe kick the Freebooter and keep these 2 guys. Harbor Scamp is probably the best turn 2 for this deck just because it gets another pirate in our hand to be able to complete the quest. That's tough. And it's another Everybody's still playing Unholy Death Knight. Did the mini set even come out? Implock seemed to get a buff from No Fins Imp Possible, but I haven't tried it yet. Seems good. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet either. So far, the only thing I've tried is getting my face kicked in by Unholy Death Knight. And it looks like that's exactly the way this game is going to be going. I can't remove the Peasant. It's going to draw a million cards. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot to do here. I guess I'm just going to draw another Pirate. And that's probably the worst draw we could have had in our deck. The only Pirate in our deck that costs more than 3 mana. That's just really bad news. This is looking like another game that we're going to get steamrolled by Unholy Death Knight. And that ends it. Like, we have no comeback mechanics. We're going to concede again. In 2 games, I think we've played 7 turns and we've conceded twice, so we're really going the wrong way here. Hey, Daniel. Can you try aggro druid with the new 6 mana draw 3 card? I'm actually not even familiar with that card. I noticed that they've added an extra filter. I don't remember new cards always being here, but it shows you the cards, I guess, from the most recent thing that came out. Infuse 6, this costs 1. But that feels really slow because it's going to be hard to infuse this card and then be able to draw 3. Like, I'm not even sure that you need this card in aggro druid because you're going to be running, likely you're going to be running composting, which is just going to be better. You get a bunch of cheap stuff on the board and then you land the composting, and that's going to be where your card draw is going to be coming from. This guy right here. The 6 mana feels a little bit too slow. It's it might actually be better. The other issue is with Druid. Druid already has a lot of card draw options, so I'm not sure that it needed another card draw. I haven't looked at the rotation, what Druid cards are going to rotate in April with the new core set, but that might be a card for the future more so than a card right now. Druid just already draws a lot of cards, and I was thinking that that card might be better in like a control Druid that's going to be running Scale of Onyxia because you're able to infuse it really quickly, but you're already running Miracle Growth, Nourish. Druid just never has a problem drawing cards, so it's kind of weird that they would get an additional card draw option. Hunter got some cards, maybe that's worth checking out. New Secret Plus, discover a beast from your deck and summon it. Also summon a copy. Yeah, I've seen that. Against Shaman. Likely Evolve Shaman. Are we going to get scams with the Evolve Neptulon that's not even supposed to be in the game? I'm going to keep this card draw. We really want to hit Proving Grounds with this deck. This is a Proving Grounds Demon Hunter, making use of Thaddeus. There's somebody you might want to check out that streams on Twitch, and he's also on Twitter, Sidisi TV, S-I-D-I-S-I TV. I think he's already been experimenting with the Hunter cards. He's like a Hunter class specialist, and he's played some of that, what's the name of the card? The Discover a Beast card. I think he's already been playing with that, like trying to OTK maybe with King Crush, things along those lines. Hit the Sigil of Flame, and that's unfortunate. So we're just going to draw again. Shaman might not be doing anything for a turn or two, so I'm not going to lay down the preemptive Sigil of Flame, but it's possible they have Null and the Evolve, and they just hit Neptulon right here, and we lose on the spot. There's a bug with the new Shaman Evolve card, Blazing Transmutation, I think is the name of it, where it can actually hit Neptulon, and it's not supposed to be able to. There's our Proving Grounds. Unfortunately, we didn't get it discounted, but on turn 6, we're going to Proving Grounds and see if we can cheat out some of our big stuff here. So, as far as this turn goes, we're just going to get a couple of guys on the board, and then we're going to take a swing. Buffing the minions that are going to be coming out when we play our Kurtrus here. Hey, Cax. Nice to see you. Glad you could stop by. Hope you're enjoying the mini set. I'm just getting started. Hadn't played a whole lot of the mini set yet myself. I've seen 2 Unholy Death Knights that rolled me really quickly, and now this is our 3rd game against a Evolve Shaman, so we're looking to get scammed. But with these cards coming out of their hand, at least we know that they're not going to be hopefully not playing a Null anytime soon. Although with the mana count, a Null could be possible before you know it. So, and again, with this deck, we're just trying to buy time until we can get our Proving Grounds down. So, Sigil of Summoning summons on the next turn, so I'm going to Sigil of Flame first, and I think that means it's going to go off first. We're going to find out, but I think the order really matters here. So I want to do this first. That'll clear this board, unless there's some kind of Evolve shenanigans. And then we're going to summon additional 2/2s, and I want to make sure that I go ahead and take this swing just because it's buffing the minions from the Kurtrus here. You don't know what to play? Yeah, I don't really know what to play either. I've seen a lot of people experimenting with like the Baron Rivendare and trying to OTK with it. I feel like it's probably a meme, but it could be pretty fun when it works, but I'm not sure it's going to be all that consistent. If our opponent plays the Prescience, then we're going to be able to clear those minions. They're coming out, so 2/2/3s. We know our opponent has a lot of minions in hand. Apparently they're running a minion that doesn't cost more than 5, which is an interesting deck building choice. And it worked just like we thought. We clear the board first, and then we get our 2/2s. So we actually have the board, and we're going to have Proving Grounds into Proving Grounds, potentially. We also have Jalag in hand. Also important to note, we're against the Evolved Shaman here, so they're going to be able to devolve our side of the board, which is going to be bad for us. I'm going to go ahead and take a swing here, and then I want to make sure that I spend my mana, so I'm going to equip the weapon, and then I'm going to pass. So we only run 2 copies of Dispose Evidence as far as ways to be able to buff our hero's attack power. We run these because if we draw, for example, Neptulon, then we would want to put Neptulon back into our deck so that we could get it off of Proving Grounds. And they actually run Vandar. This is really, really interesting. And we top deck Thaddeus on the turn that we're going to be playing Proving Grounds, so that's unfortunate, but we're still going to go ahead and Proving Grounds here. The issue is we don't have anything good left in our deck. This deck is subject to card draw, so we Proving Grounds, and we're going to get a Masked Reveler and a Flesh Behemoth. I guess Neptulon is still in the deck, so we're going to see what we get first. And we actually do hit a Neptulon here, so we have still Neptulon in our deck. And I think I'm going to hold this weapon swing because we might actually want the healing. So if they devolve this board, this is still a 9-drop, and this is still an 8-drop. So I feel like we're actually in a pretty good spot right now. Plus we have some power cards left in our hand as well. No real board clear on this deck unless they're running a version that I'm not familiar with. So again, I think we're just actually okay this game. Death Rattle Warlock is looking scary. I saw earlier, I was watching Tice on Twitch, and he was playing what he was calling a Control Warlock that had Baron Rivendare in it, and just watching him play his version, it looked like he was never going to be able to win with the Baron Rivendare win condition. He was just winning with other stuff. I think like he was doing well with it, but the only time that Rivendare would come into play in the deck that he was playing would be if it was... is our opponent just dead here? I feel like they might just be dead. I know this is a lot of damage. Yeah, they are. And how much damage? I think you don't even have to attack with these. Easy win. Our opponent actually didn't do anything. So, looks like we got the scam and our opponent didn't. That's always nice. I want to try to Pirate Warrior again. If I hit something that's not Unholy DK, I think this deck has potential. Pirate Warrior definitely has inevitability. Once you get the quest reward down, like you're not going to lose in fatigue, I don't think. You're just continuously equipping a weapon, putting minions on the board, so it should be pretty good. I saw Savage tweeted out, he's saying that he's OTKing consistently with Rogue on turn 6 by playing like he plays Thaddeus. We're getting rid of this 3-drop. We want 1-drop and 2-drop pirates to be able to advance the quest. Also against Druid here, so no idea what they might be playing. But Savage, he was playing, it's like Thaddeus, Bone Lord Frost Whisper. That's the card where when you die, your first card, I think it's free or 1 mana, but you lose the game in 3 turns. Also Bran and Alexstrasza. So you could Bran Alex. So with Thaddeus on the board, you played Bran Alex, and it deals 16 face. and then you shadow step the Alex, and you can play it again, as long as Thaddeus is on odd cards. Do we want to dredge here? So we go dredge, and then next turn we can go like 1 drop, 2 drop. That's going to complete the quest and draw the weapon, and we could even potentially coin to equip the weapon. So I think I just want to select what my next card is going to be. And we want the cheap 1 mana pirate, so this definitely allows us to equip the weapon next turn, and we get to save our coin. And I like taking the cheapest pirate because we want to complete the quest, again, just as fast as possible. Because of how cheap this deck is, we should be completing the quest no later than turn 7. And a lot of times on turn 7, you can play a 2-drop, complete the quest, and play the quest reward. So we want that quest reward coming down on, turn 7. I just don't know that it's consistent. So this rogue deck, it's playing Shroud of Concealment to be able to draw the minions. You have to have Thaddeus. He has to be on odd. I guess Bonelord Frostwhisper is kind of like a backup. I just don't see how it can be consistent. You also have to draw a Shadow Step, because you need to be able to Shadow Step Alex to replay it. It's a 32 damage combo. I don't see how that deck could be consistent, but maybe I'm wrong. If he's streaming later, I might check it out. So we're going to go... We're definitely playing 2 pirates, so I'm just going to make sure that I draw another pirate here. And that's actually a really good pickup for next turn. And I'm going to play the 3-2. And then the weapon is going to be free because we hit the discount here. So I'm going to equip the weapon and swing. And then next turn, I can actually play both of these guys with the coin, which has a lot of synergy with the fact that we have a weapon. And we put an attack on our little 1-3, so now he's a 2-3. Druid hits the Nourish. Not a lot of cards. So they're getting ready to draw a lot of cards. And this is what I was talking about with the 6 mana Druid card. I just don't think they need the card draw. So I'm definitely going to use the coin, I think. Just because it's going to be good to get these guys out. I mean, on turn 7, though, they always have the Scale of Onyxion 7. They never not have it. But if they play the scale, at least they're not drawing cards. Maybe it slows them down. I'm going to play this guy because I want to make sure that I get the cannon shots. And then I'm going to swing. And then I'm going to play coin out this guy. But potentially with the swing here, he might get the buff, which is going to be good if the board doesn't get cleared like with the Scale of Onyxia. Could even just save the coin and save the damage. The 3-3 is actually bigger. So I think I've changed my mind. We're still going to be able to have the 2 damage off of this guy next turn, and we get the potential to be able to save our coin here. Could be a world where maybe we coin Smite on turn 6 to be able to find the lethal. We're just going to have to see if we have any board left whatsoever. If they play Scale of Onyxia, they clear the board and have 1-2-1, which we clear with this guy. This has got to be... Okay, I was going to say it's got to be close to lethal, but not with that in the way. So, let's see. I need to clear this in the best possible way, which is going to be a combination of these 2 cards. Question is, how do I break the Divine Shield? And I think I break it with this. And then hopefully I get at least one... Hopefully I get at least one of these cannon shots to land here, and I wouldn't mind if both landed there. They do, so now I'm going to be able to clear this just with my hero attack. And then all of this damage is going into our opponent's face. So our opponent's at 3. Because we saved the coin, we do have coin Smite to potentially be able to kill him here. If we draw, basically any draw in our deck except Nelly allows us to complete the quest next turn. We can take a trade if we have to. And you can see that'll be a turn 7 quest reward. But we may actually not need the quest reward to be able to win this because Druid is just such a punching bag. We're destroying them. And I don't think they're doing anything on 7 mana that's preventing us from winning this game. Pirate Warrior actually looking good. It looks good in this matchup because of how bad Druid is. Like, for a long time, people were talking about Druid. Druid needs to be nerfed. Guff is too strong, and all these other things. And we're at a point now where the meta got faster, I guess because of the cards that were introduced, and druid's just a punching bag. It feels like it loses to everything. Rip druid mains. As I phase through the green screen to grab a bottle of water. One of the things that really surprised me when I started working with a green screen was how easy it is to mess it up. And a lot of it's because, like, my setup isn't the best, but, like, lighting is a nightmare. I have so much respect for people that work in TV and film and, and handle lighting, because that mess is crazy. And so again, you can see here, I mean, if we would have had to, we could have traded, played the 2 cheap pirates. I don't want to be on my opponent. But we would have been able to play 2 pirates, and then that would have been a quest reward on turn 7, plus potentially a 2-drop pirate. So it feels like it's going to be pretty consistent. You get that quest reward down on 7, and then starting turn 8, you just get all of the rewards from it. I'm going to head back over to the Unholy DK. It's really good, as long as you're not in a mirror match and subject to flipping coins. Unholy Death Knight actually got better. And it was already appeared to be one of the strongest decks in the meta, so it's kind of scary that that deck got better. You can see here with this version, with the Construct Quarter, we're also running Foul Egg. And no Trog in this version of the deck either. Trog doesn't seem like it's good anymore because it either gets removed or people just aren't playing spells.
The unholy fester.
And we do hit another Death Knight, which is unfortunate. I never know if I should keep Skeletal Sidekick. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on this. A 1-drop is important, but I hate keeping this because you can't use the Battlecry effect. And with so many other 1-drops, I think you actually mulligan. Especially on the coin, because we have 4 chances to get a different 1-drop. If I don't get a 1-drop, I'm going to be sad, and I'm going to want it back. Oh no! Can I have my 1-drop back, please? It's a total disaster. We're passing on turn 1 with an aggro deck. And this is actually looking like it's going to be Blood DK, or their draw is even worse than ours is. So, as sad as it is, we want to make sure we spend mana and put a minion on the board. And I'm assuming this just gets removed, but we can't afford to just not play it and do nothing. Hey, Emmanuel. Good morning to you as well. School teacher. This is like the worst draw in history. I mean, I can just go ahead and play my own Construct Quarter. So our opponent next turn can hero power, go face, location, and then they get a trade on this guy. So if I hero power, it puts a taunt in the way and it protects Battlefield Necromancer. But it's insanely weak to do that. If I coin out School Teacher, they still go face, they take a trade, and they have a 4-1 on the board. So then our turn 4 is... we won't have the coin anymore. So our turn 4 is like... man, none of this actually feels all that good. I guess I just location, and then once they make that trade, assuming that's going to be their play, then we have Plague Strike next turn. Plague Strike plus hero power and location of our own. I don't know, the game is feeling weird. It's not guaranteed that this is Unholy Death Knight. I guess it could be Frost. Maybe it's Control that plays the location. It's hard to tell. Doesn't work like that. I think the effect activates first, then you gain a corpse if you hero power.
Hey, I got you, friends.
Oh wow, it is an aggressive deck. Cax, I think you're right about that. This goes off first, and then you get the activation. So we can't remove this guy, which is a pain. They're also running that, that was an interesting 1-drop. So we're going to Plague Strike the 4-3 for sure. And then we bump this guy. And we're still going to hero power. Take that trade, buff here, and then this guy goes that way. I wonder if it was ever better to just play Blightfang that turn. And then try to remove the board next turn to get the 2/2s. It feels like we just lost the game based on that play. But now we get the good Blight Fang. And then I think we're going to go ahead and use the coin this turn to coin the hero power so that we can kill an additional swarmer here. So we're going to hero power, play the coin, buff this guy, and go face here. So this at least protects us from dying if they have a Grave Strength in hand. We also have an infused Famished Fool here. We all love losing to this deck? Yeah, that's right. We all love losing. Why didn't you play the spotter to gain some taunts? It's possible that was actually a better play. It worked out pretty good like this. They did have the Grave Strength, so at least we're not dead here. But we don't have a lot to do this next turn, is the issue. They really don't want to change anything to a 4/5, do they? Maybe they do. But if they destroy one of their own minions, it actually gives us a 2/2 taunt as well, because all these are still infected with the Blight Fang. Any plans to play a Rivendare OTK deck with From the Other Side and Shaman? So, I actually hadn't thought of that. That's an interesting idea. So you use From the Other Side to be able to get out all of the other... I guess that worked out pretty good for him. Use From the Other Side to be able to get out all of the other horsemen. Ooh, we just need to survive 2 turns. So we take a trade into this guy, and that gives us a 2/2. So the question is, do we want a hero power? Because we can actually play School Teacher. Is there any good 3-mana spells, though? Well, I guess, no, this still works. We just don't have to hero power. We play the 1/1, and then we can destroy the 1/1. I'm going to take the Heart Strike here. That way we guaranteed remove this guy. It's going to keep a minion off the board. I'd like to get rid of that too, though. Now I'm running out of time. We're going to make this trade. And then we are going to... Yeah, I'm going to Heart Strike here, because that removes that, plus it gives us a 2/2. Then we destroy you for the 4/5. We take that trade. And we float a mana because I'm too old and too slow. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what that deck would look like, though. You have to be able to survive long enough to be able to get the OTK, which seems like it could be a bit of a dodgy proposition. Pretty sure we just win this game, by the way. We get to turn 8, we play Marrowgar with a ton of corpses. We'll clear whatever board they have left. As long as they don't have second Grave Strength, I think we're just massively fine here. This still gives us a 2/2 with Taunt. There's no value trades to be had. We could even just draw cards. This play is pretty straightforward, so I don't think there's a whole lot of reason to think about this. And I'm just going to go ahead and draw cards here. That one extra corpse is just going to give us an even bigger minion on Marrowgar. So if they play Marrowgar, their minions are much, much smaller than ours. So we're going to play Marrowgar next turn and likely expect our opponent to just concede here. Yeah, the problem with the Rivendare decks is, I guess they're vulnerable to silence, but there's not a lot of silence effects, so that's not a concern. But you have to be able to get all of the minions out and kill them, which is why From the Other Side is a good activator. Because From the Other Side actually kills the minions, right? At the end of the turn? Is that correct? I'm going to say your name, Shlomi, and I apologize if I said that incorrect. If you feel free to let me know in the chat if I mispronounced that. And this should be it unless our opponent runs like some kind of extremely surprise. I don't even think there's any removal that's going to do anything here. Very Trade like that. I don't know, it just doesn't matter. We go face. And we pass turn. Summons the minions and they die right after, not at the end of the turn. Okay, but it would still work with the OTK. That's nice to know. Oh, I got it right. Nice. If I say it again, I might get it wrong. So I'll apologize for that ahead of time. My thought was you draw the horseman with prescience. So you can't run any kind of... If you draw it with prescience, to guarantee it, you could only run 2 minions in the deck. Or I guess you could run 4, but then you'd have to draw the second copy of prescience. For the shaman deck, you can run no minions, just rivendare, then draw with prescience, then OTK with from the other side. From the other side. I don't know, is there an existing list? Like, have you guys seen a list on Twitter or somewhere like that? Could possibly go into a big shaman if only it were a good deck. Yeah, that's the problem. It may not be a good deck. So I was expecting my opponent to concede, and as you can see, I didn't get that correct. They either rage quit or they're just roping because mad. Which is unfortunate. I mean, I like to win, but I don't necessarily... Oh, they rage quit. I think that means when this happens, that's like a disconnect. I think it means they actually closed Hearthstone. Opponent -1 emotional well-being. I'm gonna try the Proving Grounds Demon Hunter again here. Man, that's tough. There was a board game when I was a kid. I don't even know if they still make it, but it was the Game of Life. And I don't remember that much about it, but I almost want to say you had like happiness and different things like that, man. That's what that made me think of. Opponent emotional well-being -1. Rage quit Hearthstone. They were just trying to have a good time. Against Druid. If it's aggro Druid, I would almost want to keep the topple. Maybe I keep the Sigil of Summoning. But I mean, it's... This deck is either Proving Grounds or lose. But, yeah, Proving Grounds or lose, I guess. Played a bunch of big shaman, just like you said, it often loses to aggro before it gets to do the cool stuff. No, just speculation. I don't know, man. We could try to do something in the deck builder. Maybe between the all of us, we could come up with a deck. It's just hard to imagine. That's actually a nice hit. This gives us a turn 4. But the fact they didn't play on turn 1 makes me think... We're definitely just drawing. Hopefully we draw. Nice. Makes me think that they're not going to be an aggro deck. So they're like 30 card. Maybe they're doing like some kind of Thaddeus or like an OTK with the new Druid card. The Mana Thirst 11 card. That's a 10/10. Game of Life is still around. It's actually pretty popular with spin-offs, so I definitely did not know that. Man, I'm not even sure how many times I played that. When I was growing up, you know, we had a lot of board games, but we never actually played them all that much. I don't think. I remember playing Clue quite a bit. We had Monopoly, but nobody ever wanted to play Monopoly because it seemed like it took too long to play games. We had Risk, but we didn't want to play Risk because it took too long to actually be able to play games. This is... Do I ever topple hoping to hit a Proving Grounds? I mean, it is card draw, but the problem is if you don't hit Proving Grounds, then you know next turn you're definitely not drawing Proving Grounds. So again, you go back to the emotional damage. I guess I'm just going to go ahead and put a 4/2 on the board here. But I mean, we're already drawing the minions that we want to pull off the Proving Grounds, so this deck definitely is probably, if you follow me on that one, a bad deck. Because it's a little bit too subject to draw order. I mean, if I hit a Dispose Evidence, I can put one of these back in the deck. But, like, if I draw the Zalag... Yeah, this is just all bad. Maybe I play this preemptively so they can't just play a... Oh, but we have the topple. Just gonna swing and equip the expensive weapon here. Save a weapon charge. We don't actually need the healing. They do put like a Scale of Onyxia on the board. We know we can remove it with Topple. Maybe it was better to play this on 4 just to try to hit a Proving Grounds. But yeah, if we draw all of our minions before we draw Proving Grounds, then that ends up being really bad. We're going to lose to this because our hand is just absolutely awful. So I guess we just go ahead and get down the hero card here. Seems like a pretty straightforward turn.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
And I'm just going to go ahead and swing, do a little bit of damage here. We have a second weapon in hand. But yeah, this game is not looking good. We're going to lose to Boar Druid. If we draw this, then I think we're basically done with this game. They're gaining a lot of armor here. There's the Dispose Evidence, at least. And Need for Greed. We don't have enough hand space to be able to draw, so I'm going to trade first. Well, the other option would be... we wouldn't be able to play the Proving Grounds this turn, though. I feel like I'm under pressure to make something happen. So at least we have this. So it'll be a 2/2 copy of either Masked Reveler or Zalag. So hopefully we hit the Zalag here. This also allows us to be able to push this guy face. And we do hit it, which is good. This is going to strip off all of their armor. I'm just going to go ahead and swing here as well. Gotta hold on to Dispose Evidence. It's a 0 mana card, so we don't have to use it this turn. If I put one of these back in the deck, there's always a chance that we draw it off the top again. I'd like to have a Proving Grounds in hand before I shuffle one. I'm assuming this board just gets cleared. Scale of Onyxia is a perfect clear here. Also, again, if we draw the Zalag, this guy actually doesn't summon anything whatsoever. Oh, opponent going in. They actually get a board clear and keep this. I think we just play it, but again, like our hand just isn't good. Next turn we can shuffle Thaddeus back into the deck and get down the Flesh Behemoth, so at least there's something. Maybe we even just remove this. We can go Hero Power, Dispose Evidence, but our hand is so big there's no guarantee that we even get the opportunity to be able to shuffle the Thaddeus back into the deck. I'm just going to punch this guy. Should be a guaranteed kill on it. And we get rid of all the armor. So again, expecting that this board just gets removed.
Do you like to play with fire?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So we just lost to... We just lost to this. Also, I really don't like how you have to watch every single animation of this sword coming back. I'm losing like half my time. Plus, yeah, they play a spell and it clears our board, so we just lost. If we had hit Proving Grounds, I think we win this matchup. There's no way Boar Druid is a good deck. Ours just actually was worse. So what's the best Baron Rivendare deck? I think I saw where somebody was playing a Warlock version of it. And they were able to clear all of the other horsemen with entitled customer. So it ends up being a Thaddeus deck. So you get all the other 3 horsemen in your hand, you play Thaddeus on even.
Eternity draws nearer.
Or you get Thaddeus out on even. And then you can play all 3 of the Horsemen and the Entitled Customer on the same turn. But you have to land a Thaddeus. So you play like Amorphous Slime to try to stick the Thaddeus. Interesting. I really don't think any of the Baron Rivendare decks are going to be consistent, though. And I feel like if you're going to try, and if you're going to play and refine the deck, you're probably just going to be losing a lot. And worst possible draw. You never really want to see Smite this early in the game. We want cheap pirates to be able to move the quest along. There's an Amalgam. This just dies. You also have to be careful here. You don't want to play Amalgam on the Mistake, because this has all minion types, so you're not guaranteed to be able to discover a pirate. If I play this guy, he just dies, so I'm just going to get the Bloodsail Raider down. Wait, there's only one weapon in the deck outside of the weapons that are going to be created by the quest reward, so we're not going to be holding this, hoping to necessarily give it a big attack this early in the game. And then now on turn 3, I think I want to dredge here. Maybe we can hit like a Harbor Scamp. Cannoneer seems good. So this will, next turn we'll be able to play Cannoneer plus the weapon. And maybe that can help us clear up some of this stuff. And actually, I can just play the deckhand now. That's going to draw us the weapon. We can play it for free, and we'll be able to punch into the 1/1. I don't know if it's correct to take this trade. What are they doing? It's either going to be Wild Paw Cavern or Prescience, I guess, would be their 2 best plays. I'm going to take the trade, but I'm not happy about it. I'm not sure it's right, either. Put Rivendare in Blood Death Knight. That could be an additional win condition for Blood Death Knight. You just never lose to fatigue, I guess, with Rivendare. There's the Prescience. Rivendare decks are meme decks, but it's always fun to see what people can come up with. Yeah, that's true. So I'm going to play these 2 pirates for sure. And again, we're going to be holding the coin here. Probably should have held off on playing the Mistake, just because the buff could have landed on it. So maybe a ordering error there. And then we're going to hope that we hit minions with these cannon shots, which we do. So we're going to trade our 2/1, and then we get to shove 5 damage face. Our opponent may actually devolve here because they're possibly a little bit concerned about the Cannoneer, which kind of puts us dependent on a top deck. It looks like the play is Evolve. Is it Primordial Wave? It's not. Do they hit Neptulon? Do they hit Denathrius? I think there's a lot of stuff that just wins them the game here. That's strong, but it's not going to be good enough. And our opponent actually traded for the wrong minion. Unless they're removing this, they should have removed the pirate. Because we're going to be able to discover an additional pirate. The 10/10 is scary, though. I guess we'll dredge first. That'll give us a little bit more information. And we're going to take... I'm going to take the Puffer Fist. And then maybe I can discover an additional Puffer Fist. So I just want the cheapest possible pirate that I can get off of this guy. Which is going to be a Cargo Guard. So the next turn I will be able to play the 2 3-drop pirates, and then that's going to complete the quest. So again, we're completing the quest on 6th. It's going to be playable on turn 7. May not be good enough, though, against a 10/10 jailer here. So looks like the Evolved Shaman actually just scammed us out of this game, which is probably what you would expect in this matchup. It's got to be a bad matchup. So maybe our opponent finds some way to throw, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, we are going to get just a little bit of healing. But they could still evolve again. Next turn, they might have like a Tiny Toys, Or they've got Tiny Toys this turn? Which has us, like, throwing away all of our damage. That heal might be the only thing that saves us. Hoping to hit some 2/2s. Oh, that's right. We already got the cannon shots. That was the final quest reward. So, I guess it doesn't matter which one we swing into here. And then we just have to trade everything, otherwise we die. So again, I mean, it's possible that our opponent actually just throws. We do have Smite in hand next turn. But I'm assuming they're going to be either devolving or trading. If they have Glug, we just lose. Which they could very easily. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like a loss here. No taunts in the deck. They hit a Thaddeus, which is a taunt, so... And they have Glug in hand, so that's great. I really don't like the high roll potential of Evolve Shaman. It's just kind of sad when you really think about it. Because so much of the game is determined by what your opponent evolves into. And now they can discover and evolve, so that makes it... It does involve, like, thinking and a little bit of skill when you get to discover, but because they can discover 3, and there's only, I think there's 11 10-drop minions, like, they're basically guaranteed to get something good. So the Blazing Transformation is a guaranteed good 10-drop when you can evolve a Null. Pretty sure we keep the Battlefield Necromancer here. We need a 1-drop, though. Man, second Unholy game in a row where we whiff on a 1-drop? Maybe we top deck one. But so much of Evolved Shaman, the matchup is, man, awful draw. So much of Evolved Shaman is determined by the evolves, and some of them are just absolutely random. You can't control what you get off of it. Shaman is broken now? Yeah. And this guy's a turn late. Thanks for nothing, bro. So turn 3, they want to play Frostweave Dungeoneer. So the question is, do we want to use the coin this turn? Because we can go Plague Strike, that gives us a 2/2. We could coin out this, that would give us a 3/2. And then next turn, we have like Battlefield Necromancer, float a mana. Or we could even like trade with this into a 1/1, then construct it and trade again. I think I want to get on the board pretty aggressively here. If they don't have the Frostweave Dungeoneer, this is good. If they do, this is going to give us like the best possible answer that we can have with what we have in our hand. But unfortunately, these cards... One Construct Quarter would be good. That was really weak for them, by the way. So next turn, we're going to have second location plus Foul Egg. But I want to go ahead and evolve this. That ping was really weak. This dies to a ping anyway. It's possible that they have the Reckless Apprentice here. I kind of don't like the idea of having both locations on the board at the same time, though. And we're actually playing against Big Spell Mage, it looks like. But having both locations on the board takes up 2 board slots, which is kind of bad considering we have the Grave Strength in hand. We really want to go wide and be able to kill them with the Grave Strength. But it also puts a lot of stats in play. Like, we can take this trade and do this. And there's just a lot of stuff in play here. I might actually next turn want to just go ahead and play the Grave Strength to get the spell out of my hand. If it's Big Spell Mage, on turn 6 they could have the Barbaric Sorceress. Potentially, that's going to be a turn 7 Rune of the Archmage now.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
But I think I may just want to get this out of my hand, even though we're not going to be able to get full value for it. Now we have a second copy, which is not good because we can't get rid of both of them. So I guess our play is going to look like this. But again, you can see here, I'm going to play out the 2-3 just to be able to get the stats on the board. But we don't have enough room to actually be able to summon, which is maybe a good thing in this scenario because we're going to have the corpses for the Grave Strength next turn. There's the Barbaric. That's exactly what we didn't want to see. So we go bump. Boom, bump. And then Grave Strength, which leaves us with 12. That gives us 24, and they're at 25.
I'll find the answer.
How do I do this? Boom, boom, and then I have 7, 9, 10. Now that's actually the best. So it's all going to come down to their Rune of the Archmage, which is
I'll find the answer.
absolutely great. But we set our opponent to 1, so they're actually just dead to hero power here, even if they hit a solid alibi off Rune of the Archmage. Too consistent, 10-drop pool is small. Yeah, I think I counted them yesterday. I saw 11, if I counted right. So I'll post on Reddit to make Null 12 mana, making it come down later, and it would evolve into itself. Yeah, even if you just make it 11 mana. Like, I don't think it's an issue that the 5/4 comes down. It's the issue of what it can turn into. I guess they can also hit a secret that would absolutely ruin us here. If they hit exactly Ice Barrier, they don't die to the hero power. So what's the chance that Rune of the Archmage, there's the solid alibi, so the one health is good. If it's, we have to test for Ice Barrier. So again, Rune of the Archmage, this is what Hearthstone is now. We're going to find out whether or not we won this game. And we actually did, so low chances, but I'm going to be honest with you, man. I was really expecting that to be Ice Barrier because I feel like that happens more often than not, despite whatever the odds might be. I'm going to give the Proving Grounds deck a try again. I'm pretty sure it's about time to delete the Proving Grounds and maybe get into something else. Replace that deck in our rotation, maybe with something a little bit more interesting.
Arana versus Lady Vash.
Another Evolve Shaman.
Death is colder than the death.
So if we just wanted to climb, what beats Evolve Shaman?
Shield my people.
Is it just like Paladin with equality? With the right draw, I think this deck beats it. You don't ever want to see minions in your hand. That's already an issue. I'm actually going to hero power here. I can trade next turn. Hero power specifically just to be buffing the demons that are going to come off of Kurtrus. So I played like 40 games of Evolve Shaman, and I never had the... There's another minion. This ain't good. I never had the turn 2 Evolve Null. But they could potentially have like Null coin the Blazing Transformation. In which case we just lose on the spot. On turn 2. Looks like they don't have it, so that's good. Do I care about the totem enough to Fel Barrage? Yeah, I don't think so. We're going to hold the Fel Barrage. Just get a couple of 2/2s down on the board. This play actually lines up pretty well. Yeah, so hopefully we actually hit a Neptulon off of this guy. Because we've already drawn the 2 other minions that we would want to have in hand. So this lines up well at least. We're going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and take the trade because I don't think we're going to be missing that 2 damage necessarily anytime soon. Likely that they have a Null now. And an Evolve. So we find out on turn 4 whether or not this was a game. And they hit Denathrius, so that's enough to lose the game on the spot, right? I mean, we just can't deal with the 10 health minion. We're dead over 3 turns. Possibly less. That's tough. We can set it to only 2 health. But we're still going to take 10. And they could evolve it again. It just can't be removed. Like, how many decks have removal for something that big this early in the game, I wonder? And do you have to build your deck specifically to remove big minions just because of Evolve Shaman? If it turns into, like, everybody playing Evolve Shaman, I think I'm going to be really sad. Because already, like, the last meta before the Miniset was not my favorite meta in Hearthstone. And they do evolve and they hit Thaddeus, so we're just dead. They have so many evolve effects now, like once they get the Null down, they can just evolve multiple times. It's just not compelling Hearthstone. Like, what about that is fun? How do you ever beat it? Like, you can't rush the Shaman down because they're going to get Null and then evolve into a big minion. Board-based aggro decks just don't win because there's too many 10 drops that affect the board. You've got Onyxia that has Rush, La Kalar has Rush, they can remove minions. They're already removing a minion with the Null. They have Denathrius for the big heal.
Holy fester.
They have Thaddeus, which is a taunt, and gives them, like, insane plays. I guess we keep the 1-drop. And then I like keeping these other things, although this is a little bit questionable maybe in the matchup, but we don't know exactly what they're playing. That's actually a better one. So anyway, I say all that to say, Evolve Shaman is just one big bucket of hogwash. You know what hogwash is, don't you? Blood DK might take care of that. It could. I guess you have like 2 copies of Asphyxiate to remove the big minions. But they have so many additional boards. Like, Blood DK isn't going to be winning the game. So you have Soul Stealers to remove, like, the tiny toys, evolved boards. I guess we just get this guy down. Or are we buffing here? Turn 2, they can drain Soul. We play this, cash in some damage. We'll get this guy down. If they're playing Bomb Lock, I'm pretty sure we just lose. Because they'll be able to clear our board. Not enough removal for those rolls. And then you have to have the card in hand. Possible mage removal also could counter Shaman. Shaman 2 OP. Evolve Shaman is almost 2% win rate ahead of the second highest win rate deck in Legend currently. I guess maybe you can scam them with Miracle Rogue, but we've been playing Miracle Rogue for so long already. I think we need to get this down because the 4/5s are going to be much bigger and more likely to survive against what we're playing against. It's possible this is just Bomb Lock. Frost DK could stall. That's a good point. Frost DK could stall. I think there's room to be able to play the location in Frost DK as well. But there's going to be cases where you have to wait until, what, turn 6, turn 7 to be able to land the Frostworm's Fury? And you could potentially be dead before then. I guess you can have Howling Blast and Icy Touch, just to hold off that one big minion. I think I want a Blight Fang here. But I mean, even if we Blight Fang and say Body Bagger, we have to trade for these because we don't want our opponent being able to draw more cards. But they can trade all of their own minions and then play the sheep, kill the sheep, and it wipes our entire board, basically. But we're never going to beat that anyway, so I guess this is the strongest possible play that we can make, so we're just going to go ahead and make it. Also noticed, I never really got emoted by my opponents until I got down to, like, once I passed maybe rank 1000, I started seeing more emotes, which kind of surprised me. Is emoting a function of rank? Well, the good news is, we know what we're playing against, and it's Curse Imp Warlock. So maybe they don't know that an expansion came out? Or a mini-set? What are we doing here? I guess it's just hero power and this guy. That's a bit unfortunate. So we use the location there. And then we're definitely playing this. I almost wonder if we play it on the 4-5, turn it into a 6-5 because it's going to be the most likely card to survive. We don't get the 2 damage this turn, but it's more likely that we have it later on.
Reach for the skies.
And then I could actually Plague Strike my own minion, but I think I want to save the Plague Strike, so we'll just get rid of the curse here. That might have been a questionable play as well. So next turn, they've got Tamsin, and then they also have Abyssal Wave. Potentially Grave Strength off the top could be lethal. Hearthstone confirmed one of the evolves is a bug. Yeah, I saw that, Chaos. The Neptulon is a bug. It shouldn't be able to evolve into a Colossal. But, oh wow. Their entire hand was Shadow Spells and Tamsin. But we're going to be able to... Oof, man, that's awkward. I don't want to trade the 6 damage into this. I can't afford to leave that up. I can Plague Strike this and Hero Power. I really want to draw cards, but I don't want to trade like this.
I'll find the answer.
Because then this guy just dies to Abyssal Wave. If they play Abyssal Wave and this is still on the board, then we would have a 6-1 and a 3-3, so maybe it's better to hold this for next turn. This definitely has to come off the board, though. Like, I can't let him get a second copy of an Abyssal Wave. Abyssal. It turned into a vacuum cleaner stream talking about Abyssals. That would mean they might have no minions except Bran and that minion that gives Abyssal curses. Yeah, could be. I think the card that I really don't want to see is Tamsin, the hero card. And ideally, I don't want them drawing cards at all. So the fact that they're not spending 6 mana is really good for me. Every time my opponent plays a card, the first thing I notice, this updates first before you can actually see what card is played. So I'm thinking about what cards I don't want to see and how much mana it costs. That's like the first thing my eyes go to. Arms dealer. So there's no lethal here. Pretty sure I just want to draw cards. I can use a construct quarter to be able to get rid of this. Question is, am I popping the foul egg? And I kind of think the answer is no. I want to leave this on the board so that if there's an AoE, we do still have a 3/3 left on the board. So I'm going to draw cards first, and we're going to see what we get. And I think maybe I play this just because I don't want my opponent getting the healing from the Zakul.
Yeah, so fresh.
So you're going face, and then we're going to construct quarter. Take this trade. And then these guys are going face. How much does it matter? They would heal for 5 and go to 18. We have 7, 13, 14. They would be at 18.
Little Death Knight.
We would have this. Yeah, I think this is the play. If all they have is the Zakul, it's not going to be enough healing. They go to 16, and we have exactly 16 with Arms Dealer and Hero Power. So there's the Tamsin. They still go to 18, and they remove a little bit of our board. They've already used both Touch of the Nathrezim, so I think it's the 3/3 plus second Grimoire of Sacrifice actually clears the rest of our board, which would be really bad. I think I actually have to draw cards again with the Infuse. Drawing half our deck, no Grave Strength, no Marrowgar. Marrowgar also ends it as well, by the way. So I think we just have to draw cards here. See what we hit. Swarm Guard. I guess we go ahead and get the Astalor ready. So we're going to Astalor this guy, and then we'll go ahead and Body Bagger here. You go face, and again, we haven't seen any of the other card draw, the Impending Doom, so are we shoving 6 face, just trying to kill our opponent? They have Abyssal Wave and Trade, then we have nothing left on the board. 5, 10, 11... Not sure about these trades. It might have actually been better to go face here. Go aggressive. I mean, this already is pressure on the opponent. It sets up lethal, so they have to do something. This guy survives now, if they just have an Abyssal Wave. And with Grave Strength, let's see, that would still be 1 off lethal, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be 1 off lethal. And we actually still can't hit. We have 17. How is there no lethal here? I can't leave that on the board either. So in this case, it would have been better last turn to set our opponent lower. They just weren't able to clear the board anyway. So I guess we go School Teacher to try to look for something that kills our opponent. Which is none of this. Kind of don't like any of this.
Clever, aren't you?
I think I'm going to take the Unholy Frenzy here. Alright, so we're definitely going all face this turn.
Top little Death Knight.
Pick me!
And then Unholy Frenzy there. So again, our opponent needs to be able to clear the board here. Have you tried Big Evolve Shaman? I actually have not tried it for myself, but it looks like it's just, it looks like it's really powerful. I mean, Evolve Shaman was already good, and they got a card that's an additional Evolve and a significantly better Evolve because it's a Discover. Plus, there's a bug that lets you discover Neptulon off of it, so it should be a really good deck. Better than it was before, and it was already good. That's interesting. They've already used a lot of their shadow spells. They're definitely not killing us here. Look at this, both Grave Strength and Marrowgar. Bottom 12. And I'm like one off lethal every single turn with the arms dealer. One off lethal every turn. That's 3 and 4. So I have to play both of these.
I'll find the answer.
I guess we look for lethal with this guy again.
Anybody?
Yeah, never lethal.
Pick me! Pick me! Heard of me?
I have to remove that too because I can't take that damage. So you go face. We have to play both of these. And then I guess get down the peasant. Both Grave Strength, bottom 11. It's coming to a point where we're just going to die. I mean, if they play Zakul now, they get a lot of healing off of it. Abyssal Wave is a full clear, which it should be guaranteed that they have one. You would think it would be guaranteed that we would have a Grave Strength by now. Alright, well. If I destroy it, do they hit another taunt? They have Thaddeus in the deck? Both Grave Strength, bottom 9. Man. So if they have Thaddeus... If there's no taunt, it's fine, but if it hits a taunt, which I'm assuming Thaddeus would still be in the deck... But there's also Baron Rivendare in the deck, unless it's in their hand. I don't think we have a choice. Yeah, there's the Thaddeus. So we just have to trade. It's like the saddest story ever told.
Little death knight.
And close enough.
And we're going to get the foul leg down just for AoE protection again. What a struggle. They play Thaddeus again? Okay. Well, there's definitely a lethal here now, right?
Reach for the skies!
So we get there, but it was just a massive struggle. Look at that, 7 cards left in the deck and no Grave Strength. We'll let the peasant take the win. But when you think about it, I think it all goes back to that turn, and I think Chaos was right. The turn that I'd made trades, if I had gone face, I think I would have had lethal significantly earlier. So the question is it always correct to go face there, or is that results-oriented thinking? So I think I was trading for Imps because I wanted to shut down card draw. And that's one of those things that if you don't play that matchup a lot, it's going to be hard to come up with an answer. But it's pretty interesting. And I think that's also a situation where I use the deck tracker from HS Replay, I think that's a situation where you go back and watch that replay. Like if you're actually trying to get better, then you need to be analyzing replays, and then you can go back to the replay and kind of see what would happen if the different lines that had played out. Because it's possible that going face was correct. It's also possible that what I did was correct, and it just worked out poorly that one specific game. I think I want to keep the amalgam just to get an extra pirate. Just for the resource generation. So at the end of the day, if you're playing the best that you can play, you want to take the line that's going to give you the highest % chance over the large sample size of games. Which sometimes it's hard to know what to do. Go face and put immense pressure on the opponent, that's true. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the Harbor Scamp. Just because it's going to give us an additional pirate in hand. So if we can get the Cannoneer down, and then next turn we would be able to equip the weapon. But if we wait one turn, this completes the quest. I want to spend my mana, so am I more likely to draw a 1-drop with this guy? Or to discover a 1-drop with this guy? Also, this is a 3-3 versus a 2-3. So this is one of those times where, what's the best play? And how much of a difference does it actually make? Like, does one play over another give you additional percentage points in this matchup? Or is it like 0.1% or no difference whatsoever? I guess I make the play that puts the most stats on the board.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
And we actually hit the mistake here, so... we play it, this completes the quest. Next turn we've got weapon plus the Cannoneer. Or... next turn we can go both of these guys, which completes part 2 of the quest. And it also gives us 2 cannon shots. Oh wait, no it doesn't. I'm a doofus. Our opponent's clearing this anyway. As long as you got the win, that's what counts. Discover as it shares the pirate keyword. You made the right call. So on turn 5, we'll be able to actually play 3 pirates, so I think it makes sense to just spend our mana like this. So on turn 5, we play 3 pirates, and then we want to discover something cheap, draw something cheap, and that's going to be, again, playing the quest reward on turn 7. So this version of Pirate Warrior is pretty consistently completing the quest and playing the reward on turn 7, basically every single game. The question is whether or not that's good enough. See, here we're playing Murloc, so likely they're going to be equipping the weapon next turn if they have it. They could have actually coined it out this turn. Like, this wasn't enough pressure for them to make that play, so maybe that means they don't have it. This probably just gets removed by the cannon shots.
What next?
I want the cannon shots first, in case I have to play this. I want to kill this in the event of a Grimoire of Sacrifice, I think, and just get it off the board. So I'm going to start off with the mistake. And then I don't want to discover off of a mistake, because there's no guarantee that it's a pirate, so I'm going to play the Obsidian Smith. And I think I want to take the Smite here. It's going to be 7 damage. It picks up 1/1 because of this guy. Maybe it's better to have a cheap pirate to guarantee complete the quest, but this is my last chance to be able to grab the Smite as well. I'm going to take the Captain. Face, face. And I waited a little bit too late. But there was a high chance that one of the cannon shots was going to hit that anyway. So if our opponent can't clear just by playing Just by playing the captain and this guy, we're completing the quest, and they're taking a lot of damage here. And so again, we're going to have the quest reward on turn 7. The problem with the warrior quest reward... We haven't played any spells. I guess take the one with the most attack. And we go ahead and play it. And I want the buff to land on the Rakara because the 7 health minion might be harder to remove for our opponent. So they need to remove this board. They also want to draw cards. Tamsin doesn't even necessarily prevent them from dying. So I think we're in an okay spot. Mon Warlock, I think going full face might be the way to go. So my concern is that if I go face and leave a minion on the board, that they can clear my board, and then I don't get any more damage. You can see here they do get the clear. They don't have many cards in hand though, which is good for us. And we're getting down our quest reward. Plus it's also an 8/7 that's going to be hard to remove. And it doesn't really matter if I swing first or if I play this. It's going to be a 3/3 no matter what. So I'm going to do it like this. And I'm definitely swinging here because the Juggernaut's going to create a weapon for us. So our opponent has to kill us now before the inevitability. We know they're not putting a lot of minions on the board, so it's possible 2 cannon shots are going face every single turn. And then we could hit a big weapon like maybe a Gore Howl. As far as I know, this can still generate Smite. Unfortunately, we do know that our Smite is still on the bottom of the deck. Haven't seen an appearance of the new card yet. It's pretty weak. If this guy goes face, then we should be guaranteed win unless we really low roll the weapon. Cannon could potentially heal our opponent. They just have no cards in hand. It's hard to believe that they could kill us with no cards in hand. Yeah, they should just be dead here. We actually hit the Gore Howl. So that was pretty good. Just a little bit too much pressure for our opponent. They didn't draw cards very well that game. Impending Catastrophe for 1. Maybe wasn't necessarily the play. I feel like this Proving Grounds deck has to be a delete, man. I'm really, like, wasting my time playing it. It's so bad. It's fun when it works, though. You get the Proving Grounds down and you get an insane board. But it's kind of like the poor man's version of Evolve Shaman. Like, if you just want to high roll somebody, there's other decks that do it better, like Evolve Shaman. Versus Demon Hunter. Not sure I've seen any Demon Hunter since the Miniset came out. It could actually be really good news for us. I'm going to keep this just in case it's aggro. I don't think the Demon Hunter got any actually good cards with the Miniset, though. So if they're playing the new cards, that's good for us because they're probably playing bad cards.
Arise.
-1 health. Maybe they're playing a Proving Grounds deck like we are. This is good to have in hands. We don't want to draw any other minions, though. And we'd really like to hit Proving Grounds so we could coin it out. Okay. So we see a little bit more about what they're playing here. The question is, do we play this now? And that's an easy no. So if they go location, Relic of Phantasms, then we just play this next turn. We do take a little bit of damage, but it's not that bad. Yeah, there's the phantasms. Off the top, by the way. -1 emotional health. So we're going to get down the Sigil of Flame, and just going to swing face. We could clear the 1/1, but we're going to take this damage anyway, so it doesn't matter. Sigil of Flames is going to clean it out, so I'm just going to do the 1 damage face. We're going to maximize face damage. Drew another minion, again, not good. We want our minions coming off of Proving Grounds. Maybe we can hit a Dispose Evidence and put this back in our deck, but it seems unlikely. So next turn, we're probably going to be coining out the Masked Reveler and hoping to hit something good. This turn, I think we're just going to draw from the Mark of Scorn. And likely Hero Power again. There's the Dispose Evidence. So I think what I want to do is Dispose Evidence, and then hopefully be able to shuffle the Flesh Behemoth back in the deck so that next turn, Masked Reveler can potentially hit this, which would give us Thaddeus on the board. I think Frostblood DK combo has good resources with the new Syndragosa Colossal minion. Might stand up against Evolve Shaman. It's possible. You just have to have a lot of removal against Evolve Shaman. And if you find yourself with no removal, and they get a big board of Evolves, then you're just, it feels like you're just losing on the spot. Unfortunate there. I think we'll keep this just because we have 2 of these in hand. So ideally wanted to be able to hit the Flesh Behemoth here. So again, you can see you draw minions. We try to hedge our bets against that to be able to shuffle them back in the deck for the Proving Grounds, and it just didn't work because we had too many cards in hand. Phantasms again, so that gives us a 4/4 to be able to hit with the Masked Reveler. That also means in a lot of cases, though, that this just isn't going to be a very powerful turn for us with this guy. So we do hit Thaddeus, but the Thaddeus dies, and then we didn't have enough mana to actually be able to play any additional cards here. This deck has to be a delete. I think we won the first game we played with it by accident. We do have a clear with Topple, most likely. And maybe we can hit a Proving Grounds. We don't. I mean, Need for Greed, even with it being discounted to 3 next turn, drawing cards just isn't very good in this deck. We definitely don't want the Thaddeus. We already have a Warblades that we don't even really have room to be able to play. So we're going to do this. Our opponent could even play like Location, Relic of Dimensions, draw a bunch of cards, and we're just dead. I've been using Frost spells to freeze the big minions, mainly to stall, and Patchwork to take care of minion removal on the opponent's hand and deck. That's pretty good. I can see Patchwork being strong. Now we see that our opponent is playing a similar deck, I think. Maybe it's a Thaddeus deck, and this gets him a 2-mana Thaddeus. So I've got just draw cards and then removal with this, I guess. We hit another Masked Reveler. And we can try to put the Flesh Behemoth back in the deck as well. And they get a Neptulon here, which is bad for us. So they're playing the same kind of deck, but their version is running Relics, which could be good. Actually, I don't know. We're just dead on board here. One thing I know for sure is that our version of the deck is an absolute delete. It's just not good enough. So we're going to take care of that right now. This other Shaman deck that I've got right here, it actually has no new cards in it. I was playing this before the mini set came out. And it was pretty strong, but I wanted to try like some of the other cards in the deck. Like most of the mini set didn't really seem like the cards were all that good. Let me take another look at it. There's like a lot of meme cards. So this is definitely good. I don't think you ever want to play this. You just don't need it. Like Frost Decay is better without it. This is kind of weird because of the runes that are on it, red and blue. Because it's like a card for control. You can't play it in triple blood DK. These are all bad currently. Maybe has potential for OTK, but it could be like a next core set type of thing. You don't need additional card draw. This maybe helps with the quest. I actually like this card. I think this is actually strong enough that you could maybe play this in your Hunter deck without any other secrets or support. It's like 2 mana removal in a lot of situations. I think it's pretty good. And maybe this guy, guaranteed draw a 1-cost spell. This, probably more of like a pipe dream. These are all bad. This is more random hogwash. You know, maybe you hit, what was it, ice blocks that you just can't die. But probably not good. What are your thoughts on Paladin holding up in this meta? So Pure Paladin was kind of pushed out of the last meta by Unholy Death Knight. I think Unholy Death Knight got stronger. So that pretty much leaves us with like Control Paladin. And Control Paladin didn't seem like it was all that good either. So I feel like Paladin is probably just not very good. This is interesting, but I don't think it's a card that you can really maximize right now. Like a slower Pure Paladin maybe. Mech Paladin is probably DOA. This is also a dragon, though. I don't know. Maybe you can run some type of like Menagerie Paladin with this and the Purator. I don't know. Maybe it's even good enough to just run like mechs and dragons in this guy. This card is kind of weird. You try to play this in like aggro Pure Paladin and you're just killing yourself. Like you play it on 3 and it's a 5/5, but just stats on the board hasn't been good enough in Hearthstone for a while. Because it's so easy to remove stuff, at least where we're at now. So you just take additional damage from this. You know, doesn't necessarily seem that great. I don't know. These cards are more damage. I think about like Aggro Priest, but it doesn't seem that good. If you're playing aggro, there's better aggro decks. This card individually is good, but I don't think it fits into anything right now. I think Pirate Rogue is likely trash. This card just confuses me. I don't want to have to think that much about what stats are going to be on the card when it comes out of my hand. Ransack is maybe good for like a Burgle Rogue, Jackpot Rogue. To a minion though, like it can't even go face. This card is really good. It's bugged right now, but even after they fix it, I think this card is still really good in Evolved Shaman. This is interesting. Add a copy to your hand. You think about things like maybe Bran or Bowler. You could get an additional copy in your hand plus the one that's on the board. So maybe some potential here for like combos and stuff. Or just returning really powerful cards to hand. This guy I'm not sure about. Could be good to go wide in like wide Bloodlust type decks. Rogue can be scary too, as they might be able to mana cheat to use the neutral cards. 3 on the palatable cards, not helpful until the next expansion, and cards are phased out. Jesus, the bug is this card can actually discover Neptulon. Cards are not supposed to be able to evolve into Colossals. So the bug is you play a Null, you make your trade, Blazing Transformation, and then you can discover Neptulon off of it. So potentially you could have like a turn 2 Neptulon, realistically. Would be possible if you're on the coin. So you would go like Schooling on turn 1, then turn 2, you Null, and then coin out Blazing Transmutation. Every deck is going to lose to a turn 2 Neptulon. I don't think anything can beat it. Outside chance, maybe Blood Decay with Asphyxiate, but that only removes the main body. It's just too much damage. So this is going to be fixed in a future patch, but as of right now, this card specifically can hit Neptulon. I think the other evolved cards aren't affected by it that I'm aware of. But definitely this card can hit Neptulon as a 10 cost. Warlock, that's a bad card. I think there's better Murloc decks, or better... I I mean, you think about, like, Imp Warlock, this card doesn't fit in it. It's better without it, I think. And then this, not that good, more discard support. This card is okay. Trash. Absolute trash. And then again, like, stats 2/3/8, but just, like, plain stats on the board aren't good enough right now, so there's not a whole lot going on here. This card is pretty good. I've got that in the Pirate Warrior deck. This is a meme card. That's just not good. A 3/3 with Rush. So you compare this to, what is it, Shopkeeper? I think. Is a card that just never saw play. Oh man. -1 spelling. Now I'm just choking. Oof, man. Alright. We gotta find it the hard way. But there's a 3-mana card that's Rush and tradable. Might actually be a Warrior-specific card. But if a tradable card never saw play, you know it just has to be really, really bad. So I don't think... Here it is. Impatient Shopkeep. So I was that close to not looking like an idiot. But nobody ever played this. Rush and tradable. And that's probably better than... Mana Thirst 6 gain Reborn. Like, after turn 6, you don't want to play a 3/3 with Rush, even if it has Reborn. It's just not that good. This, again, not that good. You don't want to be playing cards like this. And then we got another meme card. So overall, it feels like the Miniset is just kind of low value, at least in my opinion. Rogue with War Rider can be a threat. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to you have to get those other 3 horsemen onto the board, and they have to die in order to be able to clear your opponent. So, just not quite sure how good that is. Alright, I'm actually going to step away just for a brief moment. I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back in like 1 to 2 minutes. And let me see if I got somebody we can spectate here. Oof. Nobody I know is playing right now. But we're going to see what's going on with Alkaline Cat here. Quick break for me. I will be right back. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it.
Good explorer comes prepared.
May the light grant you peace. Polarity shift!
More bones to gnaw on.
Shall rise and serve me. Looks like I'm here just in time.
You making a big mistake. You will be crushed beneath the endless tide.
of a doomed world.
We're back. Microphone not muted, so that's great. And we're going to get out of this spectator stuff. Looked like there was a little bit of control paladin versus the evolved shaman there. Maybe that's the way to go. Alright, so... You know, the mini-set is... Every mini-set feels like it has the same pattern. There's never enough good cards to actually change the meta. So in the mini-set, there's like a couple of good cards that are used to enhance already existing decks. And it seems like it's pretty rare that they enable a new archetype. Like off the top of my head, the only mini-set I can think of that took an archetype from unplayable to good was, I think it was Wailing Caverns. And cards in Wailing Caverns made, what was it? Elemental Shaman ended up being pretty good after that.
Victory or death!
I'd like to catch you live more. Do you stream on Twitch or just on here? Pretty much just on YouTube. I do have a Twitch, but I never stream on it anymore. I'm going to get rid of the 3s and look for more 2s and 1s with the quest here. Also, Pure Paladin could hold against it too. Does Pure Paladin beat Evolved Shaman? Oof, man! We got Renathal griefers on the ladder. Oh. People that play Renathal at this point are actually just griefers. Also, we've got the weapon in hand, which is bad, by the way. So we'll go turn 2 this guy, likely into turn 3 these. I don't know, it depends on what we hit. We just want to complete the quest as quickly as possible. We almost want to concede here just because our opponent's playing Renathal. Yeah, I'm going to take the Dredge. I like the idea of picking my next card. This gives us a free weapon, and this is 2 damage. We definitely want a cheap pirate. These are both cheap, so turn 3, we could go this, equip the weapon and swing. Into turn 4, we would have like coin these 2 guys. I think I like the sound of that. Has that card that could take stats, or the one that reduces stats to 1. Yeah, that's true. I don't think those are cards that are typically included in Pure Paladin, though. Unless you're going maybe for a more control version. The, what is it? Righteous something. The 3 mana. Steal stats. And then the secret. As expected, this minion just dies. We're going to stick to the plan. We're going to play our 2, our 1, and then we can equip the weapon and swing here. Unfortunately, the weapon was already in hand, so we don't draw it. So we would likely have preferred this to be any other card in the deck. And we're going face here. Next turn, we're going to be playing the Cannoneer anyway, so it's at least somewhat likely that 1 cannonball is going to remove this guy, so I don't want to swing and then swing again next turn. Also, the Attorney card. That's true. But again, you just have to kill them before they get, like, the really big... No, oh my gosh. Renathal plus secrets, man. It makes me so sad. I really hate playing against stuff like this. The mage secrets I find to be very frustrating because it feels like they're a little bit too good. Even more so when they're played by rogues. I guess it was discovered off of Ruined Orb? It was. So I'm going to have to play this guy first, I guess. In case it's objection. It's not.
We're gonna need more gunpowder.
its ice barrier, but it could have been a lot worse. I just found Mage Secrets in general to be very frustrating. I found Renathal in general to be very frustrating as well. Griefers, man, griefers. I made a Pure Paladin with both those cards just to deal with the big evolve minions early. Yeah, I can see that. Oh my gosh, man. This guy's like all in on the... making me have a bad time playing Hearthstone. So this is just really unfortunate. I mean, it's good that we get... This is a good card, but I would rather have another cheap pirate. To be able to play, because I'm going to have to actually... I'm going to have to actually hero power. I think I'm going to swing into this. I would like to remove the 5/5, but I mean, if they... Oh my gosh. If they hit Gigafin, I mean, it's possible that we just lose here. And we disconnected, man. This is just not my game. Are we actually reconnecting? Alright, well, I'm going to have to get back into Hearthstone. I'm probably missing my turn. That game was a concede anyway. So Hearthstone freezing up is like a bummer, but I feel like it's actually saving me from having to finish out that game. This is actually like +1 mental health. Just to not have to deal with that. I should be back in shortly. Mage Secrets were that good, wouldn't Secret Mage be more popular? I guess it's Jackpot Rogue that really the secrets are pretty good in. Just because they get them and then they're repeated by Contraband Stash and Tiss. Had to close the game and reopen. So it's not just me. Man, I hope the server's not down. That's actually like a big time bummer. But it's not looking too good, is it? It's definitely not looking good. Oop, the thing stopped spinning. It started spinning again. Man, we turned into a reconnect stream. Oof, that's tough.
It's good to see ya.
Unable to reconnect to your game, so I'm back in Hearthstone, but I couldn't reconnect. I think I'll take it. Who forgot to feed the hamster? Yeah, it must have been a server issue. I didn't even notice. It didn't even say that I lost my last game, so it could have been that like everybody disconnected. But you would think if the entire server disconnected, there would be like a queue to get back in, right? Like you wouldn't just automatically get back in. But again, I'm going to chalk that up to just being lucky because I wasn't feeling that matchup at all. We're going to check out this shaman deck here. No new cards in this deck. Again, for me, the minisets just don't change a whole lot. You get like one new card in an existing deck, it feels like, is what happens a lot of times. And then you get like the meme stuff and a lot of bad cards. I mean, I think there's a legitimate argument that you just don't buy the miniset. You just craft the individual cards that you need. The problem is if there ever is like a banger miniset and you craft a couple of individual cards and you're like, oh, you know, I need a lot of these cards. If you buy it after the fact, that's kind of a losing proposition. We keep the mana cheat here, by the way. Unfortunately, a slow start for us. And we just play the Astalor. Not really worried about the Mana Thirst effect on this guy right now. We just want to get the 2/2 on the board. Next turn, we're going to Clownfish and to potentially draw Murlocs. We're up against an aggressive Murloc deck. So I want to get this guy down. In order to win this game, I might actually have to hit Firemancer Flurgle to be able to clear the board with additional mana cheats. Our opponent already has it in hand. Like, how unlucky is this? How many games have I played today? Every Shaman was Evolve. I switched to Murloc Shaman, and immediately my opponent is Murloc Shaman. Like, you can't tell me that that's not rigged. Matchmaking is rigged. In addition to the fact that my opponent just draws better than I do. I can't even play this or I'll overdraw. I get this down, it just dies anyway. So next turn I can go this. You're free. Yeah, I want to hold it here. So next turn, we're going to go this. Wait. We almost have to Amalgam first. We play Amalgam for the discount. Then we play this guy. Then we get this discount, and we'll be able to play the Rotgill. But we're getting totally destroyed by our opponent. Look, they've played their entire hand. We've done nothing all game. Like, we're actually just dead to Bloodlust. We're almost dead anyway. I think we just lose.
You are victorious this time.
Yeah, I think if you disconnect and can't reconnect, I'm going again. That didn't even feel like a real game. If you disconnect and you can't get back in your game, it'll count as a loss. But I guess if both people disconnect, it's a tie. Against Warrior this time. At least it's not a mirror. Mirrors are always frustrating. Surely I'm not the only one. I'm keeping one of these. I feel like I'd rather have other stuff. But maybe I do keep one. Could still be like an Enrage Warrior, in which case, coin this on 3 and to be able to freeze face on 4 might be good. This card's pretty interesting, by the way. I don't know how good it is, but... Oh, it is. Being able to overload your opponent is good. I had a game where I shuffled like 15 of these into my opponent's deck, and they only drew like 1, though. Is it just coin the Rancher? How do they deal with it? If they have the weapon, they can go bump, bump, weapon swing, these get buffed, and my Rancher dies. I feel like I have to coin and play something. I mean, I get this guy down and I have no other Murlocs in hand to be able to take advantage of it, at least for the time being. Maybe I actually just hold and coin out the, not the 1/1? Not the 1/1? Okay. Maybe I just hold to be able to coin out the Wild Paw Cavern next turn. The 4/4s that can freeze could be good. But it's a situation where if they can damage these minions and start buffing them with this weapon, it's going to get really bad really quickly for me. So the good news here is potentially we're freezing our opponent's face. And maybe for multiple turns as more of these things come out. You prefer this over Evolve or just trying it out? I think it's a good deck. Oh, jeez, man. It freezes his entire board, though. And it freezes his face. They don't stay frozen? Is that a bug? Like, why are these not frozen now? Like, if these are frozen, I get down the rancher and maybe we're okay. Only his face is frozen. That's crazy. Lightning Storm maybe lets me clear the board here. He can't swing, so they're not getting buffed. It might be just enough to be able to get there this game. Evolve Shaman doesn't seem fun to try out in my opinion, plus I can see it maybe getting a nerf in a few weeks. Yeah, I could see that too. Only players that might play that deck are those that want to reach Legend quick. I do think Evolve Shaman is very strong and it should be winning a lot of games. So if you're just wanting to climb ranks, I think Evolve Shaman's a good choice. But you might run into a lot of mirror matches as well. So we are going to be able to clear the board with this. Yeah, they buffed it so it deals 3. It used to deal 2 between 2 and 3, and sometimes you would like low roll and it would leave minions on the board and stuff. I guess that's been a while since they changed that though.
I gotta move.
So next turn we could even go like Rancher and clear the board with the Lightning Storm, and I think we just win from there. They are going to be able to swing with their weapon, but they're not going to have a board left to be able to do it. So it seems like a pretty straightforward turn here. Opponent likely mad. We are overloaded next turn for 2, but clearing this board is really good. Location is going to be down, so it's not like they can play a minion and be able to buff it. Still have a kept card. What would you keep that you wouldn't have played by this point? Olgra, maybe? I don't think you would keep that in the mulligan, though. Plus, you can see, I mean, we're going to be rounding out to, like, Brucon. We've got some things that are going to be good for us here. There's the Olgra. Of course, it hits face. And it clears our board, except for the 1/1. So... And again, we still don't have Murlocs for this guy to be good. They're going to be able to play a minion damage and buff that minion. But we'll be able to freeze with this guy next turn. So I think we just play these. We get the Astalor in hand because we might need the healing at some point. If they're only able to get 1 dangerous minion on the board, we can freeze it. We're going to be rounding out into Brucon, which might save us. I think we're still okay this game. The Olgra was actually just really good for him there. And the Riot, man. Second Riot. So we're actually not okay this game. We're just like dead. Second Riot. Pretty crazy, man. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, we're just absolutely dead. And even if we're not dead this turn, then we're likely dead next turn.
Anybody?
Because they're going to swing, and the minions are going to get buffed, so even Brucon's not going to save us here. All of these get buffed. Gain 2 health. So, yeah. That's crazy. They never win this game if they don't draw exactly both copies of Riot. They're also, like, roping when they have 1 card in hand. Alright, is Bolner ever enough to save us? We trade. We deal 2. We get the 2/2s. Or the 2/3s. So both of these guys hit a 2/3. They hit here. And we're still alive by a little bit. Maybe there's still hope. What mini-set cards are in the deck? Absolutely 0 mini-set cards are in this deck.
Any questions?
So they have to go boom, boom, and then this guy's not enough to be able to kill us. And we're getting more taunts. Maybe we find a way to get there.
I'm not too young to fight.
Well, that's a really good top deck. We actually just die to that. Not dead, but basically dead.
Reporting for duty.
Double Clownfish, but no other Murlocs in the deck.
If only I
The 2/3s aren't even enough to save us, right? Like, we can't change the board at all. We go Bloodlust, take a trade here, and the 2/3s actually do save us. These guys kill 2/3s, and that's not enough to win the game. So we need to get the Astalor down, because we might have to... We might have to make an emergency Astalor play next turn. Oh. Yep, that's a concede. I forgot I had to play the Bloodlust to be able to clear here. Man, that's a frustrating game. Frustration leads to poor play. Happens every time. Alright, we're going to go back and check out the Unholy DK. I still think that Shaman deck is good. A little bit unfortunate. We had both Clownfish to be able to cheat out mana, but we didn't have any other Murlocs to be able to take advantage of it, and then it just felt like we were behind all game. Tough matchup. I feel like we should win that matchup, though. But the one thing about Hearthstone that you always know, and again, I changed deck and immediately into a mirror match. Same thing happened when I switched to the Shaman deck. I think we keep the 1-drop here still. This is like the worst 1-drop that you don't want, but I feel like you have to keep a 1-drop. And these two guys are pretty good. Here's Marrowgar, so we just need to survive until turn 8. Honestly think you were turning the corner before the misplay? Maybe. Our opponent still could have top-decked like Rakara. And we would have died, but yeah, I definitely misplayed. I think I just egg hero power. This goes here, and then next turn, I've got Rancher and Skeletal Sidekick. That'll be able to buff this guy. We'll get a 3/3 on the board.
I'll find the answer.
I think it's pretty tempting to just drop the 3-drop here, but they might actually be able to remove it, like with second Plague Strike. They could have like this plus hero power, plus what they have on the board. I think I like this play.
They need our care. Now more than ever.
Could still get removed at this point, but we did get at least some value out of it. But now our hand is just like doing nothing. Look at our opponent's hand. 6 cards. We have 2 cards. This isn't playable. And our Rancher is being removed. They're going to get another 1/3.
Reach for the skies.
Pretty straightforward turn here. I guess I want... Yeah, this seems okay. The one drawback about having this on the board is it's -1 corpse every turn, and we're really looking at Marrowgar to be able to win us the game here. And that assumes that our opponent doesn't have one, so we want our corpses to be significantly more than our opponents, just because of the Marrowgar play. Because it feels like this is the only way we're going to be winning this game. We're totally at the mercy of our top decks here. Nothing to do next turn outside of hero power. Bolner can bait you like that. Yeah, I should have thought through my play before I started doing stuff. That's pretty good for him, I think. Swarmguard is actually pretty good for us. That's going to be 3 corpses for the Marrowgar here. Make sure I get these trades right. And I'm going to go ahead... Oh, that was a misclick. I was supposed to trade the 1/1 and I actually misclicked. I'm having a bad day. We likely still win this game on the back of Marrowgar, I think. Well, maybe not anymore. And we top deck a Body Bagger. Well, we do have a lot of corpses for the Marrowgar, but feels like things are going poorly. Even outside of the misclick. Opponent draws a lot. Our Marrowgar is significantly bigger, even if they have it. They still have a kept card, by the way. Oh, it was the coin. So our Marrowgar is going to get us the clear, and I actually like the fact that they left the 1/3, because it's going to give us an additional buff rather than an additional minion. So it's possible that the way the math works out, that we're actually in trouble here. I want to try to preserve the health on my biggest guys. How, is it more important to remove this guy? I kind of think it is. Opponent hasn't conceded yet.
Prepared for the wars to come.
Who here can spell?
Okay.
Anybody?
Not a misclick, didn't want to give him the corpse. Nah, that would just be, that would be a very sad play. We still have lethal here. We still have lethal here.
Pick me! Pick me!
We actually don't have lethal. Second time they created Unholy Frenzy.
Who here can spell? Zinjari.
Unholy Frenzy of our own? I don't think so. Dark Transformation. So this works out pretty good for us. I do want to trade because I need to get some stuff off the board here. Go like that. Then we'll hero power. This guy goes face. And then we're going to Dark Transform you. And all damage is going face. I'm not going to trade for the... I'm not going to trade for the 3/5, and I don't even want to necessarily bump it. So I think at this point, if they have Marrowgar, we lose. But outside of that, we win. Yeah, this should not be good enough. Although, they've got a good history this game of creating some powerful stuff.
Reach for the skies!
In my name. All my
Nice. We did it. Unholy 4-1, by the way. If you want to climb, Unholy DK is probably still the deck. Just sit down and jam it as many games as you can. Fast games, if you're familiar with the channel, you know when you're trying to climb, I prefer fast games with a strong deck. You can only play for an hour or two. Getting more games with a high win rate, it's going to help you climb faster. Not sure that what I'm playing right now is the best version. Definitely the location goes in this deck, but Unholy DK, really, really strong.
Denatrius versus Rexa.
Let the hunt
Up against a hunter, that's interesting.
your penance begin.
I think I actually don't keep the amalgam here because there's no guarantee that I have a pirate to discover. Oof, man. We're gonna run out of gas fast with this hand. So next turn it's likely double these guys. Into turn 3 this, and then we can coin the weapon. Feels like this is going to be a fight for the board.
Party snacks.
It absolutely is going to be a fight for the board. The good news is here, though, we've got turn 3, this, coin the weapon, into turn 4, this. It's going to be a lot of cannonballs to be able to fight for the board here. Hey, Eric. Kind of a mixed bag as far as how things are going. Yeah, Pirate Warrior. Deck's about 50% so far, but I haven't played a whole lot of games with it just yet. Also possible that we just lose to like a Hydrolodon or something.
We're gonna need more gunpowder.
We got a 50-50 to kill this. He's going to swing into our 3-3.
Scream for me.
Nice. So next turn it's likely Cannoneer. Maybe we have a Shiver Their Timbers target. This might be, I think every other time we've played, all 4 of these, we either completed the quest or would have completed the quest, like playing the reward on turn 7. But based on how our hand is shaping up, it looks like we're going to be a little bit slower than that this game. Which is going to end up being bad news for us. We got the Puffer Fist in hand, but I think it's just Cannoneer face, and then it's a 50-50 to be able to remove the 2-2. If I Puffer Fist and swing, I guaranteed remove this by punching that with face. Maybe that's actually better. Take the guaranteed. Because it's 50-50 twice, but I would still have this for next turn, and I can guaranteed kill it this turn. And I might want the cannonballs more next turn. And I want to save the Shiver, of course, as well. I need to draw a cheap pirate, which this deck is good at drawing cheap pirates. But I need something 2 mana or less so that I can complete part 2 of the quest with one of these guys. Can't make heads or tails of the meta right now. There are a lot of new decks being tested. Yeah, definitely a lot of new decks. And a lot of those new decks are meme decks, man. I really think if you're seeing... if you're seeing the Rivendare decks, just know that those decks probably aren't that good. Alright, so we've got Boom Boom. Chance of part 2 cannonballs removing this, and then these go on face. That feels pretty good, so we're going to want to make sure that we shoot him. This guy comes out. And I really, really want this removed so that everything else can go face here. Unfortunate. 2 more cannonballs. Surely I don't lose 4 50-50s in a row. Actually, Puffer Fist clears that guy, and these are going face, so I guess that works out. We can remove the taunt with Shiver Their Timbers. Opponent at 10. But you can see, like, this particular game... Oh my gosh, Tavish. Feels like my opponents have everything today. Do you guys ever feel like that? So there's probably an explosive trap here. Explosive and maybe the emergency maneuvers. I think I swing with this first because I'll still get the cannonballs, right?
Scream for me.
It's got to be explosive. There's no way it's not. Oh, it goes off first? Puffer Fist shoots, but the Cannoneer doesn't. That's got to be a bug, right?
In a box? Pirate stuff.
There's Smite. The zombies come down. Wow, we're actually just close to being dead here. We have to play it. Smite's only 6 damage. So yeah, you can see... we'll complete the quest next turn, but we won't be able to play it until turn 8. This is probably about as bad as the draw gets. I do think we're losing this game, though. For sure, because we're not killing them. Unless they just don't trade for the captain. Or are we just dead? Oh, we're just dead. I had hope for a second when I saw all those minions go on face that this sticks, and then we actually kill them with the smite. It would have been exact lethal. Order of the stack because it's a reaction to the attack. I'm still not sure I understand that. Both of those minions were on the board before the hero card was played. I don't understand why one would attack and one wouldn't with its effect. Is the text the same on both cards? After your hero attacks. After your hero attacks. So I feel like that feels like a consistency issue. Order of the stack because it's a reaction to the attack. Yeah. Still just don't understand. Didn't actually make a difference that game anyway. I want to draw here. Maybe I can hit a 1-drop. Would have been nice to have a 1-drop to be able to combine with one of these guys on turn 3. Especially if you hit... I haven't seen somebody play Backstab in quite a while. Especially if you hit like the Bloodsail Deckhand, then the weapon would be equipable next turn as well. Oh man, I think this is that OTK rogue deck. Yeah, we're just going to spend our mana efficiently. So if it's what I'm thinking it is, they're playing like Bone Lord Frost Whisper, which dies immediately with this. They're going to be playing Thaddeus, they're going to play Bran, they're going to play Alexstrasza. Yep, this is the OTK deck. So, supposedly on turn 6, they're going to have a combo. On turn 6, I'm going to die to 32 damage from hand with Bran, Alexstrasza, Shadow Step the Alex, and then Alex again. And all that's going to be playable because Thaddeus is going to be on the board, and Thaddeus is going to be set to odd. So I want to kill them before then. This turn, it's just about spending mana, which is going to be 2 2-drops. So we're going to play this guy. I almost like this because of the armor, but realistically, if they have all those minions on the board and we're not dead, we're going to lose to the board the following turn. And I'm going to play him because we're going to get an extra attack with the with this guy next turn once we have the weapon equipped. We take the Harbor Scamp. And of course, we're going face here. It'll be interesting to see if they pull it off. They have to have a Shadow Step in hand. They have to have all the minions in hand. They've already drawn half their deck. So next turn... Actually, I don't think we even equip the weapon next turn. We're just going to go for the Captain. And the biggest minion that we can have on the board. We just need board pressure is what we need. Again, I don't think the armor does us any good. A little bit strange this game to not be equipping the weapon, but it feels like we're definitely just on the clock here. Lethal damage on board? Surely they're able to remove something, though. So here's the Frost Whisper, and it dies. Do they have the combo for next turn? So we have... So potentially Harbor Scamp gives us lethal with second Puffer Fist, or the, I guess Freebooter would be lethal. We have 10, we have 11 with the weapon. So we just need something that's going to help us deal that one last damage. And that's it. Exact lethal. So the turn 6 OTK. I'm actually going to try to add this person. I'm curious if they had the OTK for next turn. Also, I'm curious as to how much they're winning. Are they going to, you think they're going to accept my friend request? Get out of the way, you. Last opponent. Add friend. We'll go ahead and get into another game. I have a feeling they're either not going to add me, or they're going to add me, flame me, and then unfriend me before I get a chance to ask them. It's unfortunate, man. Like, I would never add somebody and flame them. Sometimes I just want to add people to talk about Hearthstone, but people are so afraid, I guess, of being flamed that they just don't accept your friend request. That feels really sad, man. That's like commentary on the internet in 2023. Like, people's online experience is so negative, excuse me, that's what they think is going to happen. This is a really bad draw for the deck, by the way. So you saw the power of the draw last game. I think last game, by turn 7, we would have been playing the quest reward. This time, it's possible we don't even have a turn 2 pirate. Alright, well, we'll take our turn 2 pirate then. But again, it's unfortunate to play this and not be able to discover an additional pirate, because we're going to run out of pirates in hand. It's also another rogue. I wonder if it's another OTK rogue. And again, just a really, really bad draw. So I'm going to go ahead and get this guy down, on the chance that we might be able to attack and draw a card with it next turn. Although now that I think about it, I should have played the Freebooter, because I would have had play this, draw the weapon, swing, and draw a card. So I misplayed the order here.
Where you follow.
That's the danger. Okay, it's jackpot. That's the danger in playing these quick aggro decks where you're not thinking very much. There are a few turns where you need to think about what you're doing. And if you don't, you end up with these little misplays. I want to hit another cheap pirate here. That's a cheap pirate. And Cannoneer is the best option out of these guys, I guess. I think I want to try to trade for this. Although it's possible that it's either Noble Sacrifice or Judgment of Justice. It is the Judgment. But this sets up for me to be able to remove that with the weapon swing next turn. Because at this point, unfortunately, it looks like this and this. And all these random decks are just absolutely great. Fortunately, we have an answer to this, but Contraband Stash is going to bring that back. At which point it's going to be removal and more armor on the Death Rattle. Plus it comes back with Tess, and there's 2 Contraband Stashes, so that's bad news for us. I had one opponent threaten me after one match, but I told him good luck. Yeah, unfortunate. There's the stash. They get this trade. No cards in hand. They still have a kept card, by the way.
I know all the steps.
Shadow Step Astalor. Likely irrelevant.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us. We're gonna need more gunpowder.
So we're getting a lot of cannonballs. And none of the cannonballs are going where they need to go. I just have to swing face here. At least remove this. Okay. That's not a bad outcome, I guess. So I might have to swing into this next turn, but I'm going to get the Nelly down. To the question of the Steam...
Muddy the waters.
Oh, worth buying the mini set? I would say yes, because if you're opening packs, you will have more dust, just my opinion. For me, it's a question of how many of the cards are you going to be playing? I mean, I bought it, but if there's only 2 cards out of the mini set, you might just be able to craft them and save your gold, or save your cash. I can't believe he didn't make this trade. I'm not sure what that is unless they have another way to remove it, like Prep Bone Spike.
I know all the steps.
Shadow Step Trickster. That felt really weird to me. So we know that this is going to be the Judgment of Justice, because we've already seen it. We take the Smite, of course. We want the Puffer Fist. Looking for cheap stuff that we can play with Smite. Definitely a South Sea Captain. Wait, I only got 2 choices, right? Oh. I'm having a bad day. So all of this is just going face. They're going to heal whenever this dies. They can make that trade. But we're going to be able to play Smite, Puffer Fist, and South Sea Captain all in the same turn, and they can come down next turn. Or I can probably just complete the quest and get the quest reward down. It's probably a little bit better. And maybe I can even do that with the Mistake and my top deck, and then kind of save my Smite combo for lethal damage. I'm going to have to do some math, because it's possible that they're actually just dead here. Order of the Court, OTK Thaddeus Paladin seems broken. You know, I thought about Order in the Court, because it's going to guarantee that you get to draw your... You gotta be kidding me with this. 1 out of 18 and I hit the parlay. So if I want to complete the quest this turn, I have to make this trade. Which I guess is worth, but it's still frustrating. So I can go Puffer Fist and just attack into this. And play the Mistake. And then I still have these 2 guys. I want to remove this. Well, they played both Shadow Steps, so maybe I just don't worry about removing that. So you can see here, even with the really bad draw in the early game, still complete the quest and get the reward down here on turn 8. So they can potentially play the, they can play scabs, so I don't want to commit necessarily any more to the board than what I already have. And because they can play scabs, I do want to make sure that I go ahead and remove this. Kitty cat. You can probably see cat ears. Thank you for coming to see me. You're also blurring out my camera, I think. Oh no, I think I'm blurry. That means I have to do like live tech stuff that I'm not sure I'm capable of doing. Oh baby. That didn't improve. Kitty! You've ruined my beautiful face. Oh, she looked at me when I said that. She looked at me and said, "What beautiful face." We've actually got lethal on board here. We're going for Giga Lethal.
That's all for now.
Yeah! Kitty cat. So Pirate Warrior, 4 and 3, not too bad so far. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys. See if I can fix my camera just a little bit, run to the restroom. I'm going to be back. It should be a short break, just like 2 minutes or something, maybe. Actually, nobody playing right now, which is extremely unfortunate. So I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can and get back. I know it's kind of boring if you're just sitting there staring at my chair, so I apologize for that. But them's the breaks on occasion. So thank you so much for watching. If you're headed out, really appreciate it. And if you're going to stick around, 1-2 minutes, and I will be back shortly. Thank you. And we're back. Let's have another go with Pirate Warrior here. Excuse me. Thanks, Eric. Every time I hear Welcome Back, it makes me think of the theme song to, what was the show? Welcome Back, Cotter? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I've now officially sung on stream. You guys understand now why I am not a singer. Really not an artist of any kind.
I see you've brought guests.
Oof, man. What's with the Renathal griefers? They need to delete Renathal from the game. This is so depressing. Something about Renathal, it just really... -1 mental health. Aging yourself? No, we'll say this. I will say that Welcome Back Cotter, I'm pretty sure was before my time, but I did see the reruns. I think Welcome Back Cotter was before my time, because wasn't it... Welcome Back Cotter was the 70s, right? Ooh. So I definitely want to play the Mistake. And I'm going to Amalgam, but you always want to make sure that you don't Amalgam the Mistake. Ooh. Do I want another one? I like it because it's so cheap, it helps us advance the quest. So next turn, turn 4, we could have Weapon and Cannoneer. Or we could have Mistake, Bloodsail Raider, and Weapon. Cannoneer is just the bigger threat though, right? It's shooting damage every single turn. I'm really not sure about that Discover though. I can't even remember the teacher's name. Well, the teacher's name was Cotter, right? That's stupid. I'm showing my age and my intelligence at the same time. This is all bad. Hate to see the ramp there from him, but it doesn't change our play at all. We swing face. We're going to take the 50-50. And it works out. If we didn't hit the minion there, I would likely take a trade with one of these guys to try to protect this. They always have Scale of Onyxia, right? Even though it's a 40-card deck, they're going to have Scale of Onyxia. That's a nice pickup, though. This ends up being just a lot of damage here. Completes the next part of the quest. We've got all these attack effects that are going to be going off. And I'm going to make sure that I buff the attack on the Nelly here. I could have held this to maybe land the buffed attack on this guy, but I have a feeling that they're going to play Scale of Onyxia. They can't remove our entire board, though. Every minion is 3 health. But they can remove, like, these two guys, this guy, and that would leave us with 5, 6. They play a Nubricon. What else do they have here? That's really good. But the Anubricon is out of their hand, and we have double Shiver. So we do this. We're going to Shiver. We're going to Shiver again. And then we have a 50-50, I think, for lethal. Or is it even better than that? Yeah, we had a 50-50 for lethal here, so likely our opponent would have just died there. Pirate Warrior starting to flex out a little bit. This could be one of those decks, though, that it's still early going. It is day 2 of the mini-set. But sometimes there's decks that do well early, and as the meta gets figured out, people stop memeing. Like, if everybody goes back to playing Unholy DK, I think this deck is probably bad. It's also a small sample size. Always important to keep in mind that we could just be high rolling here. We keep the cheap pirate. We don't care if we can use the effect or not. We just want to advance the quest. Impressive against a druid player. It lined up really well. I don't think they had a good play. Well, their best play would have been the Scale of Onyxia, but again, that's why I was saying earlier, Renathal again. Expensive pirates in hand again. Druid's just a punching bag. Like, Druid is so much of a punching bag now that Scale of Onyxia isn't good enough to protect them from dying. Get in there, freebooter. It's also important to keep in mind, this could be like the Control Plague Spreader version, in which case I'm going to need to be careful with the quest reward, because I wouldn't want, like, a Plague Spreader, kill the Plague Spreader, and then lose my 5 mana, what's the name of that card? Rokara. The 5 mana Pirate Rokara, you know, the quest reward. We get the deck hand here, so next turn we'll be able to complete the quest, equip the weapon, and play, I think, I need to be able to draw cards. I like to shoot cannonballs, so I'm going to play the Puffer Fist this turn. Specifically because they might be able to remove whatever card I play. So then next turn I'll have the choice of... it's likely going to be drawing. I need to draw more cheap pirates to be able to complete the quest. We'll be able to play both of these and equip the weapon in the same turn. Also, I'll have a trade that I can make with this guy, which seems pretty good. And I think I definitely want to take this trade. I would like for this to stick on the board so that I can draw another card. The armor isn't really relevant for this deck, but the card draw is very, very important.
Face the darkness.
Amalgam is a really good pickup as well because we'll be able to discover an additional pirate, and again, that's just going to help us be able to advance the quest. So the fact that this is a Renathal deck, you know, you have to think about fatigue when they start with 10 more cards. But because we have the quest, as long as we complete the quest and get the reward down, I feel like we should be able to find a way to win this game. Because basically this deck does nothing. It's a reaction deck. They want to clear our board. Like they could have Coin Zarella here to remove this, which is a good play for this turn. But, you know, again, this is a good play. They silenced our stuff, but once we get the quest reward down, just a weapon every turn, a pirate every turn, potentially we hit Smite. We're glad to see the silence if we have to get to a point where we need to play Nelly. So we want to play as many pirates as we possibly can, and I think that means I want to start with a Discover. If I can hit a 2 or a 1 cost pirate, I can actually complete, and then next turn I can play both of these guys as well. So we're going to start by discovering. Nothing really cheap enough here, though, which is an issue. I wanted a 2 or a 1 cost pirate. I could take the Smite, but I think I still need cheap stuff just to be able to complete the quest. So I'm going to take the Cannoneer and just go ahead and play the Cannoneer, I guess. And then we're going to swing. All this goes face. So we get a lot of damage here. I'm assuming that this board gets cleared. They could also play the 5-mana Spirit Guide. Clean the scene. Kills everything except this. It's not going to be infused because they've only played 1 minion. They could coin Light Bomb, which would still leave a 2-3. So again, I'm expecting this board to get cleared. This isn't how we're winning the game. How we're going to win this game is with the quest, I think. If they don't clear the board, we just end up killing them. There's the Light Bomb, but that's the only damage that they have. And we're going to complete the next stage of the quest, which is Rakara. So we actually don't want to complete here. They could have Theatar to steal our quest reward. They could have Plague Spreader, Light It Burns. So I want to... I just want to play 2 pirates here. And then next turn, I'll be able to play this guy and the quest reward.
We're gonna need more gunpowder. Face the darkness.
So even if there's shenanigans that happen from our opponent's hand, I'll be able to play one of these and get down the quest reward. The only way that we lose the game, I feel like at this point, is if we lose that 5/5 minion. So that's why I'm playing around it. It's also possible they just die. They had to coin... They had to coin in order to do this. Does Smite give us lethal? 6. Smite is actually almost lethal, but again, the way that I lose is by doing something silly. And something silly is not playing the quest reward, right?
That inevitable doom.
I guess I can swing first, or I have to play this first if I want to get that damage. I think I swing first, and depending on what happens, Smite could actually get us the kill here. 7. No, he's just dead.
Face the darkness.
He's actually just dead. So again, you see here, we complete the quest and we don't even need it to be able to kill him. Surprised it's not Quest Priest. I haven't seen Quest Priest in a while. Thanks for playing Pirate Warrior and have good success with it. Now I have to build this deck. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's doing well, like I say, at least for now. It's kind of one of those things you want to keep an eye on it, I think, over time. Over time, meaning the next couple of days, to make sure that it's playing well. I was really close to misplaying there, though. Like, if I wasn't streaming and trying to actively talk about everything that I'm doing, I might have made the wrong play and just missed lethal. And that's like an easy lethal as well, right? Like attack minion, trade both my minions, and play smite for lethal. Like, my opponent's probably mad because they thought I was BMing them. But that's why, like, you can't take stuff personally, you know? Don't get mad if somebody sends you a friend request. If your opponent ropes, it's not necessarily because they're trying to BM or anything like that, you know? People always assume the worst. It's Harbor Scamp, right? I've done this before. We get to pick our top deck with this guy, and it's more attack. I guess that the Dredge is better than Random Pirate from our deck, because I'd like to be able to hit a 1-drop. And I do hit a 1-drop. So next turn, if I feel like I really need it, I'll be able to play Mistake, coin out the Cannoneer. I can't equip the weapon though, so that's not the play. If I hit Bloodsail Deckhand, I would be able to equip the weapon same turn. At this point, I wish I had Pufferfist in weapon, but that just wasn't in the cards.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
Do I ever coin the weapon now just to be able to hit a 1/1? They're going to draw a ton of cards with the if they have the imp thing.
Searing slash.
I think I want to save the coin here. It's only one more card. I don't think that causes me to lose the game. I hope. But this is not looking good. Not sure what kind of Warlock we're playing against. If it's Murloc, I think we're probably too slow.
More bones to gnaw on.
Yeah. That's kind of sad. I mean, even Weapon Freebooter, I'm not removing the 5/4. So it looks like it's Murloc, and we're just going to lose because we're behind. If I go this guy and Weapon, I can swing here. If I win two 50-50s, this dies. If I hit it once, then next turn I could remove with this, because they may not have to trade. But Hearthstone owes me, so I feel like we should get lucky here. We didn't get lucky. Yeah, see, they equipped the rod. I have nothing on the board. So we should be dead on turn 7. We should be, like, guaranteed dead on turn 7. I'm going to coin out Nelly on 6. So this guy's got a decent amount of attack. I'm going to swing first, because I might be able to buff one of these guys. Puffer Fist. And I guess I can Dredge. Although... where are we at? dredge for one of those, or I can just deal damage face. Maybe I just take the face damage here, because I'm going to coin Nelly next turn.
Glory! I'm here for the gold!
So we can actually, like next turn, I can play all 3 of these, which gives us quest reward on turn 7. So the deck is really consistent about being able to play the reward on turn 7. But in this particular matchup, they played Rod on 5. It might actually just be too slow. Well, it's almost guaranteed too slow, because they're going to remove this board and they're going to heal. -3 health. I really don't think that matters. They probably have a Mortal Coil, and they're going to be able to draw an additional card. Likely we're just dead next turn. Although they discarded Mine, and they still haven't played a Mine, so it's either in their hand, or maybe we have a chance. And there's the Mortal Coil, as we expected. And they do actually have a Mine, so... Is Smite ever going to be enough? If we discover Smite off of this, and we have 7 mana next turn, maybe we're actually just not dead. I think I have to coin the Nelly and discover a Smite. Because the quest isn't going to win this game, I really don't think. Their draw would have to be pretty bad in order for us to have a chance. Freebooter is good, because it's damage and cheap. Bloodsail Raider. Actually, the South Sea Captain is going to be a little bit better, and we need Smite. Ah, we miss on Smite. Okay. I think that means that we've actually just lost here. Because if we top deck our own Smite, it's 7 mana. Some of those would be playable. Actually, only the Freebooter. So that would be 4, 10, 11... I don't know. If we're not dead and if we top deck Smite, maybe. But I think we're dead. I'm assuming we die right here. But if we don't... Well, there's no way this sticks either, right? Like, this gets removed even if they can't kill us. Right, right. Not over till it's over, that's right. We're not going to concede, they're going to have to show us. So the fact that they drain soul here means that they don't have lethal. But the fact that we didn't hit Smite and they healed to 24 just means that we don't kill them. Puffer Fist is actually a sick pickup here. So we've got this Puffer Fist. That needs to die, which it does from this. I'm clearing his board here, and we're not dead. This is gone, but it doesn't matter because they're still going to have the Devourer of Souls in the Phylactery. So I do have to clear the board. And I'm not clearing the board and getting down the quest reward, which is bad. So I do that. I have to do this first.
I'm here for the gold!
And I'm going to have to swing into the 5-2. I guess I want to get down you. And Armor Up actually takes us to needing an additional bomb. Oh wait, but I have to swing into this guy. Alright, I'm just going to go wide here. Again, I'm assuming we're dead. Unless Phylactery is bottom 5. Or if they don't have a way to be able to create minions. I think we're just dead. And if we're not dead, we're still likely not killing them.
And see your end.
Phylactery bottom 5? Well, surely we're dead if they're playing this, yeah. Wait, they messed it up. They actually messed it up. I shouldn't do it, right? I don't do it, right? Alright, let's not be toxic. After your hero attacks, and I can attack with this, but I can't play the quest reward as well. But how are they killing us? They have no more thing. I think we just get down the quest reward, right?
Set sail! The juggernaut is under my command!
And we'll be able to attack next turn, so I can just go ahead and play this guy, and armor up, and swing. I've never seen, so apparently they're testing Plague Eruption in the deck, which doesn't seem all that good. Unless, I mean, they're playing different cards, so maybe they have a backup win condition, but I have a feeling it's just over. So happy I didn't concede earlier. Never been so tempted in my life. They were assuming that Devourer of Souls would still get the death rattles from the imps. Which again, that might be a consistency thing, because I might have made exactly that same mistake that they made, because if you play the Devourer of Souls, I feel like when I played mine Warlock, I had turns where the Devourer dies at the same time as all the other minions, but it's still got the death rattles. So I bet they misplayed on the order. If they played the imps first, and then the Devourer, then I think the Devourer gets the death rattles off of the imps, and we die. Like exact, right? Because I'm almost positive I've had turns playing that deck where the Devourer got death rattles even though it died at the same time. So I'm thinking it's play order. Drawing the weapon is really, really bad. You never want to draw it. There's no other weapons in the deck. So our quest reward isn't doing anything for us. Potentially this is going to be a game where if we don't hit like Amalgam, Harbor Scamp, or the Hook Fist, we're going to run out of steam and we're not going to be able to complete the quest as quickly as we might need to. Plus, it looks like we're going to be up against, like, some type of Imp Warlock. I think this is the play. We need to challenge this guy. And we're going to take the Freebooter. So next turn, we've got Weapon Freebooter in case we need to remove, like, some Imps that are on the board. They could go, like, Coin Fiendish Circle. Okay. So we're going to go Weapon. And I'm going to remove this guy, and I want to preemptively swing here, because next turn I'm going to drop the Cannoneer. If this is still alive, I would like for it to die to a shot from the cannon. But you can see our hand is going to be empty, we're going to be top decking, and we're not going to be completing our quest. And Smite is an absolutely awful, awful pickup. So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to swing first. And I think I let my opponent make the trades here, right?
Scream for me.
See where the bombs go? But this guy goes face. Okay.
Send
I think I have to trade then. That's unfortunate. But they're not going to be able to play... If they play the Mischievous Imp, it's only going to be 2 3/3s and not 3. So that's good.
Why do you call?
I feel like if we had an average draw, we'd be in good shape this game. But we've drawn a lot of stuff that we didn't really want to draw here. We're gonna take all value trades here. They still have the coin in hand. I mean, if they don't have like Tamsin or Rafam, then we're actually maybe in okay shape.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
Okay. Ooh, Harbor Scamp is a good pickup. We also get Cannonballs this turn as well.
Pirate stuff.
And a second captain. So I'm going to swing first. And then get down the other captain, and this guy's going face. Maybe I should have made the trade there, in case the top deck is the Implosion. Or not Implosion, the Impending Doom. The one that draws cards based on imps. The top deck for them is Tamsin, man. Are you kidding me right now? That's like the best. It was 1 out of 18 at the time. And I still need 2 pirates to be able to complete this, to be able to complete the quest as well. So, fortunate top deck for our opponent combined with a bad draw for us. Otherwise, it feels like this game was pretty winnable. So this matchup may not even be that bad, although their start wasn't good. Tamsin was good, but outside of that, maybe they had a bad draw as well. I feel like we just lose now, though. Anything but Nelly. But we're still taking a lot of damage because of this stuff. So I can't even complete the quest this turn. That's tough. That would be 3 mana? Do we need it for removal? Maybe like next turn? Somebody on my friends list wants me to win trade.
Skewer, slice, or slash?
I kind of feel like we're going to need the removal. And then the Cannoneer. I think we preemptively do this.
2 for 1 special.
It's also possible, I think, for that spell to hit their own minions. Unfortunate draws this game, yeah. A little bit unfortunate, but I think our opponent had a bad draw too, so I probably can't complain too much. But the damage is really adding up here. 2, 3, and 4. That's 9. So I'm kind of in a place where I'm going to have to spend my mana playing the curses. That's 14. So I'm pretty sure we just lost. Like, they're not even low enough for the smite combo to be able to kill him, right? So we have 7, 11, 14.
Skewer, slice, or slash? How to decide?
Alright, I'm going to start with this guy, I guess. But all my other mana has to be spent playing curses. So we're just dead. Pretty sure we're just dead here. We're dead to any other curse. Yeah, I think it's a loss. Oh, yeah. So what do they still have? I guess another dragged below. Otherwise, we're dead next turn. Oh, we're just dead anyway. I forgot about the location. Yeah, a bit unfortunate. But we go again. RNG not on your side this game? Yeah, I don't know if it was or not. I mean, we definitely had bad draws. We drew the weapon. We had Smite in hand, and then we top deck Nelly so that we weren't actually able to play our quest reward. If we draw any other card in the deck, other than like Shiver My Timbers or whatever, that game looks a little bit different. We would have been able to heal off of the Hook Fist, because we would have generated a weapon.
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
Again, I think I just want cheap pirates, although Puffer Fist against like an Unholy DK, the 1 damage could be decent. But if this is Unholy DK, I'm pretty sure this is just a loss and it's going to be very, very painful. We're not even going to have a weapon to be able to take advantage of it for the first few turns. It's a decent pickup. So turn 2, turn 3, and then turn 4, this plus the weapon. Double body bagger. That's already not looking good. Also, I'd like a 2-drop pirate to go along with this guy. 2 or less. I mean, even just creating 1/3s off of this feels like it's enough to kill us. I have to get this guy down. But I'm not going to be able to discover a pirate, but I just need bodies on the board to challenge. No pirate as expected. Out of these, I have a feeling I'm going to be at 15 health pretty quickly. But yeah, this is not going to go very well. So next turn we've got Weapon and Cannoneer.
And close enough.
They're actually trading. I don't know what all these trades are. Like, this has to be bad. Pirate Warrior has no board clears, and they're making trades.
We're gonna need more gunpowder.
I guess I want to swing into the big one because I'm really hoping to be able to kill this. Unlikely, but possible. Okay. Might be clutch. I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think we're winning this game, like, at all. Like, we're not even low enough to be able to play the Loch Halar this turn. Puffer Fist helps. So we're going to get Cannonballs plus the Puffer Fist when we swing. Start with the Dredge. Just more Cannonballs for next turn. Just don't open this, please. Hit here twice, maybe?
Face the darkness.
So, I mean, that was a pretty good outcome here. We just hope they don't have the location. Location is really good for them.
The more you struggle.
That's potentially really good, depending on what spell they discover. This thing is also keeping their corpse count low, which could be good. We're going to draw... So we've got this plus the Cannoneer, I think. Okay, they drew cards. And they spent corpses, so that's not bad for us now. This was actually a really weak turn for our opponent. So it's unfortunate that this might die and summon a 3/3. I could actually even... I can swing into this and play Loch Halar, or is it better to get these minions on the board?
Is that inevitable doom?
Maybe I swing into this and trade for the 3/3 even. And get down these guys. I'm going to hang on to the Loch Halar here. Two 50/50s in a row to remove that.
Face the darkness.
Relatively high chance I can get the quest reward down. Value trade. That goes here. Yeah, I think it's actually a value trade in this situation. I'm just trying to hang on. Being able to play this for 5 is good. Ideally, I can get the quest reward. Really strong for our opponent there. They're going to be able to kill 2. But I mean, I can swing and Loch Halar. That's a really, really bad top deck.
Darkness.
Let your essence consume with local.
I think I want to save the health on this. Or maybe even I use this. Because what else am I using it on? I still think I would have rather have had... I mean, if he can't kill this, then he's just dead next turn, right? Pretty much. But I mean, if they have like Nerubian Swarm Guard, they have a lot of taunts, so it's unlikely, I think, that this gets to hit. They also just discover Asphyxiate. When this dies, they get a 2/2. I think I would have been better off with the quest reward on the board. Oh! That should not be a good matchup, man. We got saved by the Loch Halar that was discovered off of the mistake, which is a play that I never would have made if I wasn't behind on the board. That was just like absolutely lucky. Gotta give credit where it's due. That was RNG. But I gotta be honest with you, like every time I win and I look at the game and say, okay, I got lucky, the next words coming out of my mouth is, I deserve that because Hearthstone owes me. Against Warlock? I really don't like keeping the 3-drops because I want the earlier game stuff. Like I want something to do on 2. And coining this on 3, I just don't like it. Even though it's a good card, I don't think I'm keeping it. But yeah, I really feel like... And it's probably like, man, again... you know, it could be some form of like, I don't know, confirmation bias, recency bias, or whatever. But I really think I've had more bad luck than I've had good luck in Hearthstone over the total amount of time that I've played. That's a good top deck. I'd really like a deckhand here, in case they play like a 1/1 Imps. If I can get this down and attack in the same turn to clear their board, that could really be clutch. Hearthstone owes me. You're not alone in that thinking. Bad luck here a lot. Yeah, and I'm assuming that Everybody feels the same way. Opponent roping turn 2. Rope hero power. I'm mad. I'm mad. Raw.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
If it's not Hearthstone, it's Lady Luck. We're starting to come up on St. Patrick's Day. Maybe I should like hang a bunch of 4-leaf clovers all over the place. Is it really Murloc again? So we need to put pressure on the board. Which means I think I want to use the coin. Get out the 3/4 because it sticks and the mistake. Next turn I've got weapon plus cannoneer.
Interesting.
Faster, you kill hard.
Almost forgot to swing. Eric, thank you so much. Grab a coffee on me. Thanks for all the good streams. Yes, Hearthstone. Hearthstone owns you or owes you. That could go either way, and it might be both if you're anything like me. But Eric, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, it looks like we're playing against the Baron Rivendare version. I don't think it changes our play. I'm going to swing face and see where the bombs go. Double hit. Oof, man. Make the trade to save this guy. Man, I'm not happy about it, but if this sticks, that's going to be really good. IOU Hearthstone. Eric, thank you again, man. That's really generous. I definitely appreciate that. And I do really enjoy coffee as well, so I'll make sure that I put that to good use. Ooh. Oh, man, I thought they wouldn't have a clear for it. Alright, cheap pirate. Man, that's awkward. Look at that. I guess I just do it again. Take the damage while I can. Imagine if I hit like a cheaper pirate, though. It just advances the quest so much more quickly. I feel like, if they're playing, they have to be playing like Rivendare stuff. Thaddeus and all that kind of thing. So we're kind of in a damage race before they can get out their powerful stuff. Still a kept card here as well. Tamsin's also really good for him. Draw 3, clears what little board I have left. Next turn, likely just double Puffer Fist. I really gotta stop talking. Opponent always has Tamsin, and it wasn't even the kept card. Like, it's turn 6. They have a kept card that hasn't been played yet. So what did they actually keep? And they really didn't have to hit a 3/3. But if I swing into it, double Puffer Fist clears that. At this point, maybe I want to draw Nelly so that I can get cheap pirates to combo with a Mr. Smite. They're also roping. Grrr. Grumble, grumble. Alright. So Mr. Smite being at 8 is actually pretty good for us here. We would need... So there's no draw that allows us to complete the quest and play Rakara next turn. What kind of board clear do they play? Surely they play something that clears the board. Like, it's not going to be as simple as I just go wide and win from there, right? Plus, they're probably playing that Drakthir, the legendary that life steal and shoots face. So they're going to be healing a lot as well. At this point, I feel pretty safe. I can complete the quest next turn. I can play the quest on turn 8. And then from there, just try to find a way to hit lethal. Smite in hand with 8 attack. Could be pretty good with minions that are going to be coming off the Juggernaut. They might actually be having connection issues. Oh, they left. Maybe they are having connection issues. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. But I know we had that little bit of a disconnect earlier too. Well, it wasn't just me, right? Because some of you guys in the chat said that you also got disconnected from the Hearthstone server. And it's like the game I was in didn't count. I remember being so thankful because I was against Rivendare mage, which is absolutely awful. All right, I'm going to queue up, and I'm going to step away, and then I'm going to be back for the mulligan, I hope. See you shortly.
Garrosh versus Darien Mograine.
The Knights of the Ebon Blade will not falter.
Victory or death!
I made it. I think I actually like keeping all of these. Against a Death Knight again? I feel like Unholy Death Knight, it just has to be a bad matchup.
I see you've brought guests.
Happens all the time when you play on the mobile app. Yeah, I don't play mobile as much as I used to. I'm not sure I even have Hearthstone on my phone anymore. I got a new phone. Oh, wow.
Our gift of the arcane enlightenment.
It's Rivendare. So this has to be Blood DK, right? I think we can beat Blood DK.
All it takes is a lot of lava.
We take the cheapest one. For sure you take the cheap one because we need to advance our quest here. So if it's Blood DK, I think I might actually like our chances. We need to make sure that we don't lose the quest reward to Theatar or Patchwork. But outside of that, I think we're really good. And I can even, let's see here. Do I want to use the coin here? I can go like this, equip the weapon. I can coin out this guy and punch face. Probably not worth it. Actually, it might protect the 2-4.
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash.
So what am I doing next turn? Probably just the Cannoneer. I'm going to go ahead and use the coin here. Likely any of the minions that I'm playing are going to die anyway, either to Corpse Explosion or Blood Boil. But it is a Rivendare deck, so there's no guarantee that they're actually going to have it in hand. But again, I know this is a game I'm not winning with the early boards. It's all about that quest reward.
Zinjari. Anybody?
So hopefully top decking a 1-drop pirate would be the best. For sure. We miss on that, but next turn we'll have these guys. Get down the cannoneer. Swing face. Hopefully at least one lands on this. None lands on that. So worst case, I think that's the worst thing that could have happened. If it hits once, I take this trade. It hit nonce. So I had to do this. Not really worried about our opponent's health total all that much here. I'll be able to kill that guy with the weapon swing. I didn't really want to see Shiver the Timbers here.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
Also, we're getting cannonballs. So the quest is actually going, like, really smooth here. If my next top deck is anything but Smite Nelly, we're going to be getting down the quest nice and early. We're going to go with the biggest minion, and I guess I kill the 1/1.
Too slow, sea dog.
Oh, wait. I had 3 attack. I shouldn't have killed the 1/1. Again, I don't think it matters. I misplayed that turn, but in the big scheme of things, it doesn't matter. There's the Blood Boil. Again, that doesn't matter. So I actually don't want to complete the quest this turn, because we're going into the patchwork turn, and it's just not worth the risk. So I'm going to dredge. And I want the Nelly off the bottom, because I might have to have that to win. And then I'm just going to hero power and punch face. And I think I'm even going to just save the weapon swing here. So now next turn I'll be able to play... Okay, there's that. There's the Nelly. I really just want to go ahead and complete the quest here. I'm probably going to get dinged for 7. Maybe they have to take a trade. But I feel like we're actually okay here. Simply because we're going to have ways to be able to gain armor. Like with Hook Fist, we could potentially create armor creating pirates like Hook Fist or the Cargo Guard, so I think we're fine. Value is the quest, and that's the edge that other aggro decks don't have. That's right, and I almost feel like this is more of a mid-range deck. But it feels like as long as you can get the quest reward complete, you're always going to have a chance to be able to beat these slower control-style decks. And they're actually pushing face, which is interesting. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. I think I just want to get down the Nelly. It's probably enough to force like a Soul Stealer. So I want to remove this guy. I guess I can swing and draw first. I mean, I could lay down these two, but I think I really want the Nelly. So, I would like a Smite. That's a pretty easy freebooter. There's a cheap Smite. We are taking 3 every turn, but it's not that big a deal right now. And then we'll take a Dredge. With the Dredge, we can potentially hit a South Sea Captain, and then that goes face. So, I don't know. They are a Renathal deck. They could be running Silence, but if we get those pirates in hand, potentially we just have lethal next turn. Alright, so they're not going to be in hand. We have to keep in mind they've got an Astalor next turn as well. So we're going to Shiver this guy. I want to save this for when I have the Smite also. So we Shiver you. Definitely want to get down the Hook Fist. And then I think this is enough pressure on the board. because the board likely gets cleared anyway, that I can just hold on to these guys. And then just gonna hero power. Mistake could be playable, it could be like an extra damage with the smite. And then the rest of this damage is just going face here. I'm gonna hold the rest of it. Again, likely expecting the board to get cleared. We have more than enough health on the board for the Astalor that they have in hand. There's a second copy of Blood Boil. They actually did not silence the pirate ship.
Pirate stuff.
And we missed on this. I think I want to try to set this guy up to die. There's no lethal, right? I want to set him up to die. Have to heal the opponent anyway. We swing face because we're drawing off of this. One damage probably doesn't matter here. I mean, we're drawing a pirate, so we could actually hit a South Sea Captain as well. We hit an Amalgam. So I think I'm fine. I mean, we've got cards in hand, so I'm fine just discovering. We discover an additional smite, which seems fine. And then we cash in our face damage. I really feel like we're winning this game. I don't think our opponent is killing us. The Alex, this card is just way, way, way too slow.
I will never serve but you.
They take control of it, which is unfortunate for us. We can't get it back. Do we still have some kind of lethal here? Let's see. So I take this trade, that's 13, 19, 24. I'm actually one off. That's crazy. Actually one off. So I have to be careful about leaving up like the 5/5 as well. And they still have the Astalor in hand. So I think I'm going to have to trade for their board here. So we're going to do that. Get down the Puffer Fist. And I need to fill my board before the attack because that's going to summon a 1/1. So I'm going to Puffer Fist. I'm going to do this. That goes face. Take this trade. Face. Face. And we amalgam. Woo! I don't know if y'all could hear it, but I was slamming the clicks on the armor up because I almost waited too much again. So again, I'm expecting the board to get cleared, but
All hands on
oh wait, did I die? They have an additional 3? Wow, I died. And the Alex finishes us. My play wasn't... Well, I don't think I had this in hand when I attacked. So I couldn't have made an even greater defensive play. So the MVP goes to the Sylvanas for stealing the Nelly. And I didn't have that on my bingo card. Almost want to go back and watch that replay. At some point I was one off lethal. So I wonder if I missed a damage somewhere. Maybe I miscounted.
Renathal versus Valera.
Man, that's unfortunate.
I make my own.
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
I want cheap stuff. Also want stuff that like allows me to draw cards, like Hook Fist, Harbor Scamp, even Amalgam to be able to generate an additional card. I just need more pirates, because I want to make sure that I'm completing that quest and getting the reward down on turn 7. Man, that last game was so close. I still can't believe I lost. It just felt like the win was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. I still think that Alexandros is really, really slow. It doesn't really do a whole lot, especially against like Warrior and Priest that could heal 2 every turn if they needed to anyway. Well, that's unfortunate. Just play this and take the trade. It's not great, but could be worse. Actually, I can go these two.
Interesting.
Oh no, because I won't have the weapon in hand in time to be able to do that. So yeah, let me do it like this. Take a value trade here. There's significantly worse cards for us than Cookie. Like, that's a small amount of healing and removal. Also, interesting that they played Sprint. I'm not sure why this deck is running Sprint, so... not totally sure what I'm playing against here. And if I play this, I can equip the weapon for free. Get down the dredge. And... I mean, I can play this on turn 5, so I don't necessarily have to have the cheap 1-drop. Maybe I actually just play the 2-3 here. Because if I play this, it just dies to the hero swing.
Is that inevitable?
Freebooter is what's coming off the top, so I've got Freebooter. I guess I either need the cheap weapon or I want the cheap weapon. I could have just equipped the weapon. I floated a mana anyway. I could have equipped the weapon and attacked, and maybe the attack goes on this. So when they make this trade, assuming they make it, they would take 1 more damage. So maybe a little bit of an ordering misplay there. Turn could have been better. But next turn it's going to be Freebooter and Freebooter, apparently. Fog Sail and Stormwind. We're going to double Freeboot them. So it is Jackpot Rogue. Interesting. And this, I mean, not sure what they're doing. I have no idea what they're actually doing here. Other than taking a lot of damage right now. Yep. In case they clear the board, I want the buff to go on this guy. But they're taking a ton of damage. I mean, are they all in on the jackpot, creating something that clears the board? Because they're at 6.
Let's muddy the waters.
Okay, so they did clear the board. But I mean, this is good news for us, because now every time they play Stash or Tess, there's a Whirlpool in the mix that's going to clear their side of the board. I want to swing first to buff one of these guys, and then I'm playing both. I can top deck something cheap for next turn.
X marks the spot.
One of the 2 drops are the second mistake, then I'll be able to get the quest reward down. They're just going to be low health. They might actually die to random cannonballs over a couple of turns. I guess that's what they had to do to survive, but the strongest parts of this is the boards that they're creating off of Contraband Stash and Tests, I think. And they're actually going to be killing their own board. I mean, this is good for them. And that's an excellent top deck for us. So I'm going to swing and then play the quest reward. Make sure I buff the biggest one here.
The juggernaut is under my command.
So this is another game. I guess there still could be some kind of shenanigans where we lose, but this again is a game where I feel like winning is inevitable. Although there's a lot of damage that's adding up for our opponents. But they just died. So Pirate Rogue's still rolling right on along. We're going to keep it going. So it looks like potentially Pirate Rogue is a good deck. So usually I try to build a rotation. I don't necessarily just jam one deck over and over again. We know that Unholy DK is still good. It actually got better. And it looks like Pirate Warrior is actually going to be okay, at least in the early days. And we also know that Evolved Shaman is really good. Albeit just a little bit bugged.
Denathrias versus Tamsin.
All the Rivendare stuff looks like a meme.
Let your penance begin.
All cheap pirates, I'm going to keep all of them. Turn 1, we'll draw on turn 2. What else is good? I guess Miracle Rogue should still be good, but man, I'm so sick of playing Miracle Rogue. We've had Miracle Rogue for like a year and a half, it feels like. Like actually a year and a half. And Bomb Warlock, I guess, is still good. My boy Hook Fist. Hook Fist 3K.
In a box? Pirate stuff.
Okay, nice and cheap. Next turn I might actually even consider playing the coin. And like, this guy coin with the amalgam. It's different now though.
Grab your cutlass.
Top deck in the 1-drop.
Wash.
So I'll amalgam here. Warlock doesn't play any beasts, right? Imagine if I had this last turn against Krakatoa. Or last game. But it's just a Hook Fist here. And then I can equip the weapon. And next turn I can even go like Hook Fist coin freebooter. So this is definitely a game where we're going to have the quest reward on turn 7. But again, against Warlock, it might actually just be too slow. If it's Monlock, they want to equip the weapon next turn. And they just played 4 mana do nothing. So we appreciate that. I think we're actually going to be playing every single one of these cards before we lose them. I want to get this guy down. He's got 3 health. It's also only turn 5. So, you know, there's no danger of like Tamsin yet. So maybe this board survives and gets to go face. Next turn, it's likely these 2 guys. That's a Thaddeus, by the way. They're going to summon a copy of Thaddeus next turn. That's really bad news for us at this point.
Armament upgrade complete.
To the point that we probably have to kill the Thaddeus. Oof. Can we even kill the Thaddeus? We have to trade our entire board, but we can kill the Thaddeus? Oh my gosh.
Scream for me!
I think we have to. I mean, we're going to be winning with the quest reward. We just need to not die to the Thaddeus. And so this is what I talk about when I say piles of stats just aren't good enough in Hearthstone. We just killed 14 stats worth of minions on the board. And they do get a clear here. But Thaddeus is no longer in the game, right? Wait, do I understand that right? Yeah, discard and then summon a copy. So Thaddeus has been discarded. That means they're not going to have Thaddeus anymore. We definitely have the quest reward for next turn. So I'm going to go ahead and use this before we lose it. And we're going to take... I guess we take the captain. Has the most potential damage. And I don't think there's not really any reason to not have the quest reward in hand, right?
Armament upgrade complete.
I have little time. Scream for me!
I don't think they play like a Theatar or anything like that. Maybe they do. But surely no good deck plays Theatar. So next turn we've got quest reward and a couple of 1-drops. Solid card, yeah.
We're not done with you yet.
When they hit the Thaddeus, is this not... Oh, it's not an undead. So I guess we just lose. Wow, yeah, we're dead. Unfortunate. So, is that deck even good, though? Like, you have to have Slime in hand, you have to have Thaddeus in hand. And then you also have to have an Infantry Reanimator. It feels like one of those decks that, when it works, you just feel hopeless against it, but when it doesn't, your opponent feels like they can't do anything. Unfortunate. Mental health -1. But laughing, mental health +1. So where am I at? I'm gonna have to go back and like watch the VOD and find out exactly where my mental health is. Like, am I exactly where I started? Am I like -1 or 2, +1 or 2? I'm not sure where I'm coming in at on the day. Up against a shaman here, so I have a feeling that we're potentially going to be going for another -1 when they hit some kind of crazy evolve. But maybe they're not playing evolve. I assume they're playing evolve. But I guess we'll find out. Schooling is pretty good for them. They're going to be removing all of our stuff. And likely even Pufferfist isn't going to be killing the fish because the fish have already died to, you know, trading themselves into our minions here. So...
Pirate stuff.
I mean, they're just holding on to 6 damage worth of removal. If I just get this down, it gets the fish out of their hand. It kind of forces them to get the fish out of their hand. The fact that they didn't use the muck pools on one of these totems kind of makes me think that maybe they have a Null in hand. Null evolve, which would be really bad for us. Maybe they evolve Null into Null and we just shiver some timbers here. Running one hatchet. Yes, only one hatchet. You never want to draw it anyway. You want to draw it when you complete the first step of the quest. So running two feels like it's bad. And then after the quest reward is down, you're going to have a weapon every turn anyway. Plus, it's a 4 durability weapon. So yes, only one hatchet. Evolve Null? That's not a Null. Can I still kill it? I can't equip the weapon, so I actually can't still kill it. Also, I'm not even sure I want to put damage into this thing because they can just evolve it again. So I guess I do it like this. I don't know, it's possible we just lose to the 8/8. Evolve Shaman's pretty strong. Eric, if you're looking for the deck, I think I can put it in the chat. We're actually looking pretty dead here. We just lose to one evolve with this deck. That's bad. So I do that. Actually, I've got a plan. Do you think Relic DH is a safe craft for low legend? I'm actually not sure. Relic DH should be okay. But I really don't know. There's still a lot of experimentation going on right now, so we don't know exactly how the mini-set is going to be changing things. That's a second Null, by the way. Second evolve, and they hit Thaddeus. So that's where we give our opponent a well played, and we just get out of the game because Hearthstone killed us. Both Nulls in their top, what, 10? Top 11? Absolutely farmed. But Buster, getting back to your question, at this point, I really don't know. The mini-set likely doesn't change much, so Relic Demon Hunter is going to be probably about as good now as it was before the mini-set. I feel like Relic Demon Hunter is probably going to be the best deck in some shape or form from now until the set rotation, the next expansion in April. But outside of that, I don't necessarily know what to tell you. I mean, realistically, is there any such thing as a safe craft? I'm not sure. And I personally, where I come from, I have a hard time recommending to people things to craft. It's just not something that I like to do. Oof. It's just double this, right? But at the very least, you might want to wait maybe even as much as a week, just to see what happens as far as the mini-set goes. Might be something that's more interesting that you might want to craft, I'm not sure. Concede! Come on, man. What do you mean concede? So we double trade here. I really don't want to discover off of mistake. So I'm going to do this and maybe hit a... Okay. Do I pre-hit with the weapon on this guy? I don't think so. I don't think there's any reason to. So next turn, I'll at least be able to discover a pirate. Opponent is going in. There's a freebooter. I'm gonna go ahead and start to soften this up a little bit. I guess I could just like full trade and kill it. Get down the 3/3 here. And I think we take a cannoneer. It's gonna help us with clearing the board next turn. We can combine it with the amalgam. And I guess I have to full trade into this because I certainly don't want it getting buffed again. Oof, man. Hearthstone is not feeling responsive right now. Hope I don't disconnect again. That was weird, the way it happened earlier. And especially considering it didn't happen only to me. See, look, our opponent is killing themselves. This is great. Definitely going to cannoneer. We're going to discover. Might even actually get a board clear here. Oh, yeah, man. I like it. And we're going to take... So next turn I can play like the Puffer Fist along with the Hook Fist. So that'll be good. And if I swing into the 1/1, it's a 50-50 to be able to remove this. If not, I'll just like make this trade. So our opponent is killing themselves. That's why I think this is actually a bad card. Our opponent is killing themselves. So they're going to have a 5/5. Can they even play it yet?
Need a bit more spice over here.
Coin the second one? Not even? Let's see. They're basically at 17. They're just almost dead here. Plus, this is quest reward for next turn if we need it. They have the coin, but I think they're just dead anyway. Yeah. It's interesting. It feels like there's a lot of games where we don't actually need the quest reward to be able to win. Like, we're winning on the back of just being an aggro deck. Who said concede? Show yourself in the chat. Never concede. I think I told somebody one time, they were explaining to me how strong they are, some junk like that.
Let your penance begin.
I don't know, there was something going on. Basically, they were explaining to me, this person was explaining to me how they're better than me, in one way or another. Whatever that looked like. Stronger, smarter, whatever. And I looked at him, and I said, you might be stronger than me, or whatever. But I'm not going to take your word for it, you're going to have to prove it. And it's the same with Hearthstone. They might be able to kill us, but they're going to have to prove it to me. That was from the one game where they... What? That was from the game with the... Yeah, this is actually pretty sick. So next turn I can play one of these, get the weapon, and equip it. That was from the shaman game? Man, I thought that was from the... I thought that was when I queued into Pure Paladin. Ooh, they got double coin. But at least we know they're not going to... Yeah, I want the puffer fist, because it's likely not getting removed. I'll swing into this. And then next turn I'll coin these guys out, because on turn 4 they can coin out the barbaric sorceress here.
Scream for me.
Too slow.
I feel like we lose to big spell mage as well, though. Alright. My bad. Coin hero power? That's fair, I guess. They're also down a coin. But I probably just want to put as many minions on the board as I can anyway.
Faster, you keel hog hanger. X marks the spot.
This just dies to ping.
Too slow, sea dog.
Or they have this trade. We're going face.
For me.
So again, I feel like I misplay a lot with the whetstone hatchet. I need to pay more attention to when I attack. I could have held this, gotten the buff on it, and it's actually a 5-3 on the board. And that could be relevant as to whether or not we win this game, so...
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
South Sea Captain, that's actually a good pickup for us. And I think we actually play this because they can coin the thing. And so I actually did it again here. I wanted to get the spell out of my hand anyway. I should have swung first, and then this is a 4-4 on the board. So I did it 2 turns in a row. I'm just not paying attention. For some reason, mentally, this is not something I think about, order of when I attack, because I'm buffing a minion in hand. So if I'm trying to play better with this specific deck, I at least know what I need to work on.
Anybody?
They're potentially just dead here, by the way. But there's good things they can hit. Although that's not necessarily one of them. They do still have a coin. But if they can't do something to freeze or remove a minion from the board, we have lethal. Yeah, they're just dead. That's pretty wild. But yeah, so I won the game, but I misplayed 2 turns in a row, so how happy can you really be about that? Like, if they remove a minion, I could actually lose just because my attack order was bad. Learn from your mistakes is always a good thing. Yeah, that's right. And that's the thing where very few people are playing perfectly. Very few, if anybody. You can almost always play better. And even if you have one perfect game, the other, 10 games in your game session or whatever, there may have been improvements to be had. So I think you continuously have to be looking for what you did wrong and what the other options were. I misplayed by playing the quest reward. Don't play it with 6 minions on the board. Oh yeah, so you actually didn't have room to be able to summon the Juggernaut, right? Yeah, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Hopefully you still won the game. Having 6 minions on the board is a lot of damage, potentially. Ah, Shadow Priest. Haven't seen any of these. I wonder... They could be playing like an aggressive list with like the new Mindseer card and that 4-drop.
Darkest greetings to you.
Darkest greetings, Shadow Priest. Man, we drew the weapon. I didn't want to draw the weapon. But I mean, we'll be able to equip it next turn along with the Hook Fist.
Grab your cutlass.
or with the freebooter if we need to, so that's good. I kind of would prefer to want to play the Hook Fist because I need to draw more cards. I need more cheap pirates to be able to advance the quest. This deck is very consistent though. Turn 7, turn 8 at the latest. I probably want to kill that. With this guy? But they're also, potentially they have the Taunt, the 4 mana 2/5. I mean, I can play this and protect it. And have this for next turn. Extra armor could be relevant. Card draw is certainly relevant. So I'm going to try to protect it. They also have some dead draws, because if this deck is playing like the 1 mana 1/3, where everything deals 1 extra damage, they can just never play it. But they also can clear the board with the Shadow Word Undeath, I think it is. If an undead died the turn before, and it's like turn... there is a Mindseer. Oh, they do play it. Interesting. Do I kill that or just leave it up? It's not undead. I think I'll leave it up. It's actually good for me that that's on the board. So I just want to play these. Next turn, double Captain. Feels like it could be huge. Also, next turn I'm going to get cannonballs as well. So we're on track for a nice completion here.
As fast as you can.
They actually traded away. I think I still just double Captain. Double Captain. If they have Shadow Word Undeath, we're taking a ton of damage next turn. Or not a ton of damage, they're clearing the board, is what's happening.
Face the darkness.
It doesn't deal it. I think I should have actually punched this. If they clear our board and still have the 4/1, that's bad. I guess I can remove it next turn. Oh, that's right. It wouldn't have been active until then. Unfortunately, it landed exactly on the Undeath. But we're getting the quest reward in hand this turn, and I can remove their 4/3. And it's not an undead, so they're not going to be able to affect this board. Or they're not going to be able to remove this board. At least not with the second copy. So the next turn, potentially I could just kill them with Smite. Or, actually I can't kill them with Smite. So it's going to be this, and probably trade. Oh, wow. I'm possibly just dead. So I definitely want to armor up here. I'm dead to the second copy of this. If there's another undead in the bottom 3. Oof, man. Both of these and both Void Attendants. They didn't even draw half their deck. Felt like we should have won that. That's a tough loss, man. Man, that's tough.
Unhilda versus Naxx.
Got another Warlock. Turn 1, turn 2. Am I keeping... I think... I want to keep the Puffer Fist against Warlock because they might have the 1/1s. The 1/1 imps. Although I probably have to have some help from the draws in order to be able to equip a weapon and play this in time. But that's the only way I'm going to be able to clear a board of 1/1 imps.
In the box?
So next turn I've got Mistake and Freebooter or Mistaken Amalgam if this survives. And that's going to give me turn 4 weapon with Puffer Fist if needed. And they actually pass turn, which is interesting. How's the mana working? So next turn is like this weapon. Or weapon these two guys.
Worthy or unworthy?
And the following turn. I think I can squeeze in the 2 mana card.
2 for 1 special!
Because of the coin. Maybe better off to not even equip the weapon and just try to focus on playing. Oof. Bandar on 4. So this is the deck that we already lost to once. So if they get down the Thaddeus again, it's just over and we lose. We're going to try to protect our Cannoneer. Next turn, we'll get additional cannonballs from part 2 of the quest. What I saw out of those choices was 1 drop fast, 2 drop medium, 3 drop slow. Yeah, pretty much. If you can do quick math on the mana, then you can figure out like the mana and the number of pirates to be able to complete the quest. Things like that. That's what I was thinking as I was going through it. So we want to maximize damage. They do have potentially Tamsin coming down next turn. So I want to keep that in mind. But we just don't beat Tamsin anyway. I think holding the coin is fine here. We're just gonna not beat Tamsin. I'm gonna hold the coin just in case we hit a smite. Coining it out next turn could give us lethal. There's the Tamsin, which is unfortunate. But so we've got next turn, we can go Hook Fist and Puffer Fist. And then the following turn, we'll be able to play one of these guys and the quest reward. Assuming we're still alive. Or we even have the possibility of this guy. Although this doesn't do anything. At this point, we just want to complete the quest and get down the reward. But it's possible that we're just too slow. I mean, they have a full hand. They've also got it. They can trade with this guy into whichever minion they want. That comes down. If Thaddeus is still in their deck, then this draws the Thaddeus. I mean, we're just kind of in a little bit of trouble here. Is it ever Nelly here? Is the quest reward good enough to win us the game, or do we have to play Nelly? I mean, if we complete the quest and play the quest, they can kill this off on our quest reward. I think we have to go Nelly here. And we need to hit smite. We're not going to swing with the weapon anyway. We do hit smite, which is good. And we'll take the scamp as well. And we just pass the turn. Okay. So far, so good. That's not good. So they're going to heal for 6. That puts him at 23. Second copy puts him at 29. I don't think I'm doing 29. Alright, we have 10. We have 16, 18, 22, 25.
Worthy or unworthy?
Oh wait, I think it's actually lethal. I'm not counting again. We're just going for it.
X marks the spot.
All it takes is a lot of lava.
Two for one. Special.
We did it. We did it. And we finish with the hero weapon swing. Raw! In a show of dominance. What a high roller deck, man. If the Flesh Behemoth hits Thaddeus, they just win, right? Or at least we can't kill him. Thanks, Eric. Ooh, man. I'm glad I checked that armor smith. I didn't realize that it actually had a buff. If it wasn't 4 attack, we were 1 off. I guess there was also always the chance that ordering could have made a difference. I needed to play the Fog Sail Freebooter for sure.
Penance begin.
Oh, this is tough, man. Being held down by the shamans. But I could have played the Freebooter to cash in that 2 damage. I was on my last weapon swing, and then swing the weapon. And then the buff could have landed on something that gave me the extra attack. Man, they always have schooling. I'm going to do this, because this is going to give me Puffer Fist and the weapon next turn if I need it. Maybe this is good enough to get the schooling out of their hand. I kind of doubt it, though. Oh, do they have Null Evolve on too, man? That's crazy. I played 40 games of this. And here's the bug. Yo, report player for bugged.
Your prowess delights me.
So we just lost on turn 2 to the Neptulon bug. I'm not gonna lie, man, that actually makes me really, really salty. This is a known bug. And people are still playing the Evolved Shaman, and specifically abusing the bug to be able to win a game. So for anybody that doesn't know, you're not supposed to be able to evolve into Colossals. Blizzard has already acknowledged that Blazing Transformation is bugged, and that they can discover Neptulon and summon Neptulon, and they're going to fix it in a later patch. Meanwhile, we just paid $15 times how many ever millions of people bought the mini set yesterday, and that's our game experience. That's tough, man. Report for cheating? Salt, man. Salt. Just trying to play an honest game of Hearthstone. And I get scammed like that. Alright, we go again.
Shall we dance?
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
Still just looking for cheap pirates here. Not keeping Amalgam because I don't have a guaranteed pirate to discover from. Obsidian Smith's a good 2-drop for us. Naxx out, PogChamp. Spartan Gaming. Hope you're doing well and it's good to see you. Man, I can never remember. ROK is Reign of Kings, right? Ooh. Reign of Kings. Spartan Gaming, anybody that doesn't know, is actually a celebrity that's in the chat right now. They have a YouTube channel of their own. Ooh, this is interesting. Rise of Kingdom. Man, I was way off. I was way off. Rise of Kingdoms. So if you're interested in a nice mobile game, Rise of Kingdoms, Spartan Gaming is your go-to resource here. You can check them out. They have their own YouTube channel, lots of tutorial type stuff, and certainly a lot of good information there. Eric Jackson, here is your money back. I hope you have better luck next time. Eric, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Extremely generous. It actually wasn't quite that bad, but you've put a smile back on my face again. And so that's got to be like mental health plus 2.
Interesting.
We're back. And I just want to go ahead and draw the weapon here. So it's going to be this guy plus the 3/2. Excuse me. We need the cheap one. We can't afford another 3-drop in our hand. Plus this, we're going to equip and swing unless I waited too long and roped out. And then next turn we have options. If we feel like we need to draw, we've got the Hook Fist. If we need damage, we've got the Puffer Fist. Is Nelly good again? Last time I played, it was nerfed pretty badly a few months ago. So Spartan, they actually buffed. Oh, we're playing the OTK Rogue. This is an OTK deck. They're going to want to kill us with like Bone Lord, Frost Whisper, Bran, Alex, Shadowstep, Alex, on the back of Thaddeus. But Nelly was actually buffed recently. So now the pirates that you discover are discounted by 2 mana. So it was too strong in the beginning. They nerfed it so that the pirates were full price, and now they've kind of found a middle ground where the pirates are discounted by 2. So it has a little bit of mana cheat along with it. 7 mana is still just a little bit expensive though, but it's better than it was. Not sure how good it actually is though. It's just going to be this guy. It's armor, which doesn't necessarily matter, but it's card draw, and it's also the largest attack minion that I have. And then we got a 3/4 here that's going to be coming down as well. Next turn, I can actually play both of these and get cannonballs. Could be a really strong turn. Thanks for the deck and how to play it. Absolutely. It's possible we're dead next turn. I don't think we're killing him, but we are going to be gaining some armor. Like, their combo is only 32 damage. Thaddeus gets in our way, though. I'm just going to do as much damage as I possibly can here. Not too bad for sure. Yep. Do you multi-stream? If not, I think you should. I actually don't. I have never looked into multi-streaming. That's tough, man. It's possible that we're just dead. And they're at 5. But just if Thaddeus is a taunt and we don't die, I think we can get through the 11 attack Thaddeus. Or 11 health Thaddeus. Yeah, Spartan, I'll have to look into the multi-stream thing. I know, I'm aware of it. I know it's a thing, but I've never just actually looked into it myself. But I know, like, Ninja streams to, like, I'm not going to say every platform, but when he goes live, he's on, like, Twitch, YouTube, maybe Facebook. I'm not sure about that, but Twitter, TikTok. I think he's actually live, like, everywhere, which is pretty insane to think about. What about you? Do you multi-stream? Or do you stream at all, first of all, Spartan? I'll be honest, I don't know. I know you've got the... you do a lot of videos, though, I'm sure, on YouTube. But I didn't know if you actually live stream or not. Live stream is always hard for me. I wish I could do it more. But it's so time-consuming. So whenever I go live, it's usually when I'm off work. So like today, I've been live almost 4.5 hours, which is actually like a personal record for me. As far as like length of stream. I'm gonna toss the captain. But, like I actually thought about going live yesterday when I got home from work. I worked 8 hours. Thought about going live, Miniset, you know, all the hype and everything around. I was just tired. I was like, man. That was another thing that surprised me. Live streams and even making YouTube videos, bad draw by the way, is more tiring than you think it is. Oh, it's Pirate Rogue versus Pirate Warrior in 2023. We are taking it in the chops too. Look at this guy. Oh, deckhand is so good. Dang, man, I need a 2-drop pirate. I think we're okay here. I mean, all of this gets cleared out by a puffer fist. The damage is going to add up over time, though. We actually draw the weapon, man. That's disgustingly bad. So I guess I play this. And then I have to play the weapon and armor up. And that's so bad. And trade for a 1/1 that just gets replaced next turn. I stream rarely. Almost only for YouTube, that's why I don't bother with Twitch, but I think there are lots of Hearthstone viewers on Twitch worth multi-streaming in my opinion. Yeah, you could be right about that. I actually started my content creation as a live streamer on Twitch, and I did it for a few months, so I'm affiliated on Twitch. It's gotta be this. And I swing here on the off chance that I can kill it, right? Oof. Defy a sniper. But I found discoverability on Twitch to be really, really bad, man. It was so rare that somebody would actually watch my stream. So I felt like I was putting in 3 or 4 hours a day into it, and I was actually getting, like, absolutely nowhere. So there was just not a whole lot of return on investment for me. Second deckhand. Alright. I'm gonna hold off on playing the deckhand until after the attack, because I want to see what I draw here. And Amalgam is good. So, man, the problem here is I could discover 3 mechs, but I want the 2/3 body on the board. There's only one pirate, so we just take it. But the good news is, next turn, we play 3 pirates. There's a decent chance that we'll be able to complete the quest and play the quest on 7. We also have Nelly. So I think we're okay. I saw your first YouTube videos and liked the content a lot. I'm glad you enjoy it, Eric. It's so weird to me that people find it enjoyable. I try not to go back and watch my stuff because I look at it and I'm just like, oh, it's awful. Making the trade. Okay. Smite also not a good pickup here. So I want to dredge for a cheap pirate, I guess. This guy and just don't swing this turn. It's between these two. I guess it's the freebooter. And I just won't swing this turn. Yeah, I'm definitely... don't even want to swing this turn now anyway.
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swords.
So we're doing both of those. I'm going to hold the weapon swing, so next turn I'm going to be playing Fog Sail Freebooter. And the quest reward. Wow, man, Crab is so good for him. How close to being dead am I? I really think you swing face here. I think they're supposed to swing face. Man, if they didn't have Crab, I think we're in, like, really good shape here. They have 12. Do I ever just Nelly? Maybe the play is actually Nelly. Playing the quest is how I lose. It's definitely Smite. I can kill him next turn. Captain. And Scamp. I think I swing. If I swing, I can buff this, and I have enough mana to be able to play this with the Smite, so I could get an extra damage on that. Ooh, and we hit it. Twitch discovery is pretty bad since you are already streaming. No harm multi-streaming. That's true. Looked into it, and it's pretty straightforward to set up. My understanding is there's something called Restream, which I'm assuming is an app. Never did, right? But yeah, I just need to look into it. But I'm glad you brought that up, because that's not something I thought about. Actually dead, dude. Please don't be dead. I'm killing him. I'm dead to the hero power. Absolutely disgusting, man. They played 2 Wicked Stabs, 3 Tooth of Nefarian. They only drew 11 cards. There's no way that's a normal draw, man. That has to be a high roll. I killed it. They were dead next turn. Hey, Frog, it's nice to see you. We got the new Naxx cards now. Let's go! Yeah, not a whole lot of new cards in this particular deck. Playing a little Pirate Warrior. Deck's not too bad. This will be game number 25. This is a tough matchup, though. Assuming it's Unholy.
There is a simplicity.
I'm gonna toss one of these. I don't know. Maybe I just keep them. Cheap pirates are good. We want to complete the quest as quickly as possible. Also, the 2/3 body could be valuable if it is Unholy. Just because they might survive. The fact that they didn't play anything on 1 means they either have a bad hand or it's actually blood. We've had a lot of close calls with this game. 10 losses. There's been several games where I was so close to winning, just like the last game. Looks like it's actually Frost DK. We draw the weapon again, man. 2nd game in a row. Not even sure they're playing a spell here.
Takes is a lot of lava.
So next turn I can actually weapon and coin the Cannoneer. That feels like it could be pretty relevant. It's the rain. I love the rain. You remind me of a general in the north, and we were your captains. You were encouraging us to keep fighting, and here is how to win. Nice. Alright, I need a 50-50 right here. So, once we come to the turn where they're playing the Frostworm's Fury and freezing our board, I think we've lost our opportunity to be able to win. Next turn, it's probably just both of these guys. I can attack first. I need to remember to attack first and then play these, because one of them may get buffed. They might actually take steps to remove the Cannoneer here.
Who here can spell?
They're not.
Sorry. Anybody?
If I hit a freebooter, I probably freeboot on this one and swing face. Oh, wow. It's really good for our opponent, and not so good for us. So I think it's still just these two. Do I have to swing into a minion? I kind of do.
Face the darkness.
X marks the spot.
And there's no weapon to be drawn because it's already in our hand, which is bad.
X marks the spot.
Are we ever making the trade? I mean, they can value trade if we don't, but it's not that big a deal. I think I want the damage face here. Howling Blast. It's unfortunate that they're going to be drawing a frost spell. Taking damage on purpose. I like it. It's the Hook Fist. Man, it's... if I can actually hit off of the Harbor Scamp, if I can hit a Puffer Fist...
In a box? Pirate stuff.
So at this point, I think it's just a Hook Fist. More card draw, a little bit of armor, and hopefully a cannonball hits and kills the 4-1 here. Okay, those were the two best hits. So now the question is, do I trade for a 1-1? Or am I punching face? If I trade for a 1-1, right now, these three kill this. And I'd like for him to have to spend additional resources to be able to kill this. We're also one turn away from Frostworm's Fury. My wife says you look a lot like Gary Sinise without long hair. Oh man, we got sniped. So I've never heard Gary Sinise before. There's a guy where I work. You're never going to believe this, because there's a huge difference in physical size. But there's a guy that I work with, he swears that I look like the wrestler, The Undertaker. And I don't see it. I think it's just like the hair is the only thing. But he calls me Undertaker, and he calls himself Stone Cold. It's so funny, man. But I take that as a compliment. Gary Sinise. Definitely take that. So I can actually complete the quest.
Interesting.
Just can't play the quest reward this turn, and then we could be getting frozen. Let me start like this. I think it's actually just the Cannoneer.
I must act soon.
Do this. Do that. And then we go for this guy. Punch face. So this potentially saves 5 damage to my face, because if they have Frostworm's Fury, they're going to want to kill this. And then I can complete the quest next turn and get the reward down. And that is not Frostworm's Fury, so I'm feeling pretty good about things now.
My blood boils for war.
I think I'm feeling good. It looks like the way that I win is to get the quest reward down, I guess. And hopefully there's no Frostworm Fury, but they're going to have a couple of draws for it if they don't have it already. It's the hair and probably the beard. Gary Sinise is the guy from CSI New York. Yeah, I know who Gary Sinise is. He's, I like him as an actor. He's been in other stuff too. He was in Apollo 13 as kind of like a side role. I really like that movie. He's been in other stuff too. He also does the, they may have taken it out now, but he did the Mission to Mars at Disney World in Florida. He was like the guy that did the intro on the ride. Yeah, Forrest Gump, that's right. He was Lieutenant Dan. Let's see. So he's at 16. I have... not enough damage is what I have. I need to remove this stuff, I think. Which unfortunately probably means a trade here.
Interesting.
Alright, that's 10, 11. It's just not enough. So I have to make that trade. And Puffer Fist. It still comes down to whether or not they have the Frostworm's Fury. I'm going to kill this guy too. And then armor up. We're probably just dead to direct spells at this point. And there's the Frostworm's Fury. So there's nothing that allows us to actually kill our opponent here. Freeze is cheat. I guess Gorehowl with a Smite top deck. It's 1 mana off. I have to trade Smite into this. Imagine if I got a better weapon. Or a better pirate. Instead, I'm having to trade the Smite. But maybe we're not actually dead here. I don't know, we're at 11.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
Okay. We're not dead, but we're not winning either.
Set sails for the snack bar.
We're 1 off.
Glory, I'm here.
We're actually 1 off.
Face the darkness.
The pirate's code.
That's unfortunate, man. It was so close this game.
For the war.
I think we low rolled on our weapons. Cannonballs. Just things didn't go our way to be able to win the game. That's unfortunate. So kind of fell off towards the end there with the Pirate Warrior. That is 25 games. We went 14 and 11. Still a 56% win rate though. But that is actually going to do it for me. 4 hours and 45 minutes. I think that is a personal record for my live stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Special shout out to Eric. Thank you so much for your generosity. Definitely appreciate that. And hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I definitely had fun with it. Pirate Warrior seems fun. It's definitely something you can get out and try for yourself. At least in the first couple of days, it appears like it's going to be beating some of the easier to beat decks or some of the experimental stuff. So thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping by, and I hope to see you guys next time.